here, ready for a tour of ADFA? Here, ready for a tour of ADFA? Here, ready for a tour of ADFA? here, ready for a tour of ADFA?
Yeah, it's 31.
All right, folks, let's get started. A very warm welcome on this slightly windy and slightly coolish day in Canberra, but it's at least still sunny, so I think it's going to be a very nice day. Welcome to this first session, talking about the School of Systems and Computing, or SysCom as it's also known, in particular then the Bachelor of Computing and Cybersecurity that we're offering here. And as you can see on the slide, what SysCom is all about really is about advancing secure and intelligent computing and systems in the broader sense, whether it's the cybersecurity aspects, whether it's artificial intelligence, IoT, and so on. So our mission really is therefore, particularly here at the Australian Defence Force Academy, to, foster the education of the next generation of Australia's leaders in defence and security. And, it's a very special place because this is the only university education part that's directly linked to defence and security in the Australian landscape. So it's something very special here. So my name is Roland Göcke. I'm the head of school for SysCom. And with me today is also Randy, who is our deputy head of school for education. And she will talk some more about the particular elements of the Bachelor of Computing and Cybersecurity in a moment. But let's have a look at the broader side. So what are we all about, really? What's our school about? What we are aspiring to is to create an engaging and supportive learning environment. So being part of being here at the Australian Defence Force Academy, there's obviously the military side of things, but then you also get the university side. And that's basically, you could say, a normal university degree, and it's obviously from UNSW as a group of 8 university and sort of top 20 in the world ranked university, a highly desirable degree that will also then set you up not just for your time in the Defence Force, but also for your career beyond that. So really, we're looking at, we want to have people who contribute to Australia's future and the defence and security sector more broadly. That might start off directly in the ADF, but then most people beyond that transition into similar roles in the civilian side afterwards, or work on the Australian public service side of the Defence Force. In addition, the school also performs world-leading research in areas such as cybersecurity, systems engineering, digital engineering, artificial intelligence, and so more. Really, what we find is, we've got a proud history in Australia's leaders in the technical sector beginning their educational journey with us in here at the ADFA campus. Now, it would be amiss of me not to start with an acknowledgement of country. So, I would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we are meeting here today, the Ngunnawal people, and they've been part of the region for thousands of years, for tens of thousands of years, and I, express my my thoughts and the commitment they've made to this region, and in particular to the ongoing education that's been here, the transfer of knowledge for many, many years. So why become a computing and technology specialist? It's obviously a hot topic in this world, in this 21st century, in the time that we're finding ourselves. And, it's really sort of, when we think about where technology is these days, it's sort of everywhere. It's, it's in our pockets, This little thing has more computing power than what took us to the moon. So maybe we should rethink about what we're doing with our smartphones, really, rather than, surfing the social media side of things. So if we think about, and I invite you for a moment here to imagine what your future might look like with a computing and cybersecurity degree from UNSW Canberra. There is a cyber attack in Australia every 6 minutes. And that's both on the civilian side, just as much as on the defense side of things. So it's a highly topical area to study in. And what this degree, let's talk about computing and cybersecurity, is really focusing on is that confluence that we see these days in technical systems, where we have the advanced side on the AI side, artificial intelligence side, and smart systems, but as well the cybersecurity side, and that then leads us to questions of how do we protect that, how do we protect the systems on the defense side, but equally in the civilian world, your banks, for example, your healthcare accounts, and so on. So there's a broad range of things around cybersecurity, IoT, artificial intelligence, robotics, that all kind of come together, and it's really important to look at how we do that. Think about the picture at the bottom right-hand side where we see the self-driving cars. So full of sensors, full of smart gadgets, full of sensing what's going on, and so are we really, at this stage, fully prepared to jump into a self-driving car? There's in some places of the world, you have self-driving taxis, and you probably have seen some of those videos where they get stuck on an intersection or block the emergency crews or so. What if someone hacks into it? And again, you probably have seen some of those stories about where someone has hacked into, whether it's a Tesla or some other car or so, and suddenly the thing drives off without you being in control anymore. Legal questions around that. Who's in charge, and who do we, who's ultimately, is the software developer? Is it the company? Is it driver? But if you're not driving anymore, who is responsible for that? So there's very ethical questions around this as well when we look at advanced technology in the 21st century. So we start off, with a solid grounding, what we would expect, and particularly mathematics, to some extent in physics as well as the foundation for your studies. And typically that comes from your time at school and college. Then at the university side, we'll bring in the computer science aspects, cybersecurity, AI, systems engineering elements. And then in your career, you can obviously then employ those in jobs such as a security engineer, a digital forensics specialist, very popular these days, the cybersecurity analysts, and so on. We've got the whole list and many more here. What's really important is Coming here is of the start of your lifelong learning journey. Given how fast the technological world develops, it's not just, okay, I come here for 3 years or 4 years and study, and then that's it for the rest of your life. That's, of course, a starting point, and that's where we hear some more in a moment about the various bachelor degrees. But then there's a bigger part around, how do we keep that knowledge up? How do we further educate? And we find that many of our graduates, 5 years, 10 years down the line, come back to study some more, for example, at the master level, whether it's the Master of Cybersecurity, a Master of Systems Engineering, brand new, or a Master of Digital Engineering that's starting next year, Decision Analytics, or maybe even go into some of the more advanced research side and do a PhD degree or professional doctorate. So the range is really, this is the starting point of the journey, but, we're here to support you, and UNSW overall to support you throughout your career then. And I'll pass over to Randy for the next bit.
Thanks, Roland, and welcome everyone. I know some of you have come from other states and some of you are local, so welcome once again. And thank you for being here today, attending the information session about computing and cybersecurity program. So I'm Erandi. I'm one of the academics in School of Systems and Computing, as well as the Deputy Head of School for Education in the school. So in the next set of slides, I will be talking details about the Computing and Cybersecurity program / degree. It's a 3-year program at pass level. Students who are eligible can undertake the optional 4th year at honors level. So in this program, students will be studying mathematics, fundamentals of programming, computational problem solving. They will learn about data structures as well as, of course, cybersecurity. So in terms of careers in defense, you can imagine defense employ highly complex information systems, and the security of these systems and how these systems work. Understanding how these systems work is really pertinent to national security and national defense. So students who are graduating from this degree have many career options in Australian Defence Force, in all 3 forces, Army, Air Force and Navy. So here is a snapshot of what students will be studying in Bachelor of Computing and Cybersecurity program. So in first year, students will undertake foundational courses related to mathematics, as well as introduction to programming, computer games, computational problem solving, as well as introduction to cybersecurity. In second year, students will be undertaking more advanced subjects such as data structures that we build on the foundational knowledge that they gathered in first year courses. They will learn about computer architecture, computer technology, computers and security, fundamentals of data analysis, as well as system analysis and design. So when it comes to third year, students will be undertaking more specialized courses such as digital forensics as well as security networks. In third year, students will be undertaking capstone projects. We call them IT projects. So what they are doing in these courses, they will be working with the external client, and they will understand the requirements of the client. They will engage with the client to capture those requirements, and they will be delivering a large piece of software in a group of 3 to 4 students to a client that will fit for their purpose. So the idea is to make them ready to tackle real-world problems. So in this program, students have options to undertake 2 free electives. Normally, students undertake these free electives in the first year, and they can basically undertake any course offered in UNSW Canberra. And this degree program also have option for 4 disciplinary electives. When it comes to disciplinary electives, students have to choose 4 electives from the prescribed list. So if you look at the list, there are plenty of options for students to choose from, ranging from business ethics to artificial intelligence to computer security to robotics and autonomous systems. So there is plenty of choice in there. So in ADFA campus, students are also required to undertake what we call as 2 general education courses. And there are 2 sets, prescribed 2 sets, and students have to choose one course from each set. So we also have a Bachelor of Computing and Cybersecurity CDF version. CDF stands for Chief of Defense Force. This program is designed for high achieving students. So there are 2 entry points for this program, one through a high ATA, and second entry point is when students are in the university. So when they get their first semester or second semester results, if they have achieved a weighted average mark of 80 or above, they get an invitation to enter into this CDF program. Students have the option to accept the offer or they can decline the offer. So this program is highly equivalent to the standard version of the Bachelor of Computing and Cybersecurity program. Most of the core courses remain the same. So instead of some of the electives, these CDF students can undertake CDF projects, we call them. Basically, they are mini research projects, a semester-long project students can undertake. So they get the opportunity to work one-to-one with an academic when undertaking these projects. So that's an opportunity for them to get that mentorship from an expert in a chosen topic area. So both these programs, Bachelor of Computing and Bachelor of Computing and Cybersecurity CDF, they are accredited by Australian Computer Society. And we do have a CDF student here with us who can answer any questions about the program as well. So university life. UNSW Canberra is a unique university environment because we are highly integrated with defense. So in UNSW there is a student organization called ARC to support students, and they do organize various activities in the university, providing students various opportunities to do extra activities, and we do have an ARC chapter here at UNSW Canberra as well. So mainly our postgraduate students and our PhD students engage with the ARC chapter at UNSW Canberra. So in UNSW Canberra, there are extracurricular clubs. We call them WECs, and there are multiple WECs in UNSW Canberra. But what I'm going to talk about here is something called the Cyber Skills WEC, which I think is more interesting to cyber students. So idea behind this club is to provide students opportunities to learn about topics that they don't get to learn in their standard degree program. So these students take part in various cybersecurity competitions, as well as they get the opportunity to take part in various cybersecurity conferences for networking purposes. As the school, we highly support this extracurricular club. We do provide mentorship to the students. We do have academics mentoring our undergraduate students engaged in this club, as well as we do provide financial support to the students to take part in conferences by sponsoring for their registration fees. So in UNSW Canberra, we have various social activities throughout the year. Some of these activities are organized by the faculty, and each school in UNSW Canberra, they do organize various social activities for their own students. So we do run this event called SysCom Spectacular, which is our social event. We do run this twice a year, one in each semester, to provide an opportunity for our students and academics to network in a relaxed setting outside the classroom. And we do provide free food. We do organize various games and activities for students and academics. And you can see how happy our students are, and we didn't select these photos on purpose. So back to Roland to talk about why you should be choosing UNSW Canberra.
Thank you very much. And for some of those who've just arrived in the last few minutes, there's still plenty of seats at the front here, so don't be shy. I know it's a bit like at school, everyone wants to sit at the back, but you get prime view at the front here as well, and don't have to sit on the stairs or stand there. Right, so why choose UNSW Canberra? Overall. As I mentioned at the start, it's a very special educational institution. It's the only one in Australia that has this close link, where it's a top-notch university education as well as the military training across the different forces. It's a very unique partnership that we have, and it's a sort of a balance, therefore, between the degree part, the technical skills, but also the general skills and sort of what you might call a liberal education, because it's important not just to be a technical specialist, but also to contextualize that, how to use that in the world. I touched early on the ethical questions. When just because we have certain technology doesn't necessarily mean that we should use it, or that we should really think about what are the constraints and what is the right way when to use it and how to use it. And that's an important part in there. So in addition to the training that's provided here, then we have the advanced students who can also help and do help the first and second year students. So there's a passing on of knowledge here, and we have some of our students, some of our training officers here. So we'll have some time at the end for you to ask questions, and I'm sure they will provide some of their perspectives as well of what it is like to study here. And that's really, I think, very good to see that community that's part of this point of studying here. So overall, as I said, this is a part of the University of New South Wales broader ecosystem. Of course, that one has its main campus in Kensington and Sydney, and so it's a large institution overall with something like 65,000 students currently. And in addition to the main campuses in Sydney and the one here in Canberra, there are also smaller campuses around New South Wales. It is a highly ranked university, top 20 in the world in the QS index, and that's really saying something that, because you want to look beyond your career, beyond the defense part as well. Whatever time people might sign up, there's life afterwards as well, and it's really important then to have that broader education and have that continuity beyond that. What we have particularly here have a very excellent student-to-staff ratio. So it's on average for us in the Bachelor of Computing and Cybersecurity, it is a 9-to-1 student-to-staff ratio. I mean, most universities could only dream of that. So it's a very highly interactive part there, and students really get to know their educators. And it really is, more broadly about not just the Australian students, but we also have students from some of the Pacific and Southeast Asian countries here joining us in this journey. And so it's a wonderful world, therefore, to see how we're developing the future global leaders in defense and security. Here's a bit of an aerial shot of where we are located. So right there in the middle, that's us here, on the ADFA campus. In the distance, you can see Lake Burley-Griffin and the Canberra City Centre. It's only about 2 hours drive from here to get to the south coast and the south coast beaches. Very popular, particularly in summer, of course. And it's also, if you're into a bit of skiing or so, or bushwalking and mountain hiking, it's only about a 2-hour drive to the snowy mountains as well. Obviously, all the other sites of Canberra are also close by. And for those who've come perhaps by, who've flown in from another part of the country, you would have noticed that the airport is very close to the ADFA campus. So what are the goals then? The goals really are for us to, this is a strong point, and I'm sorry if I reiterate this, but it's about for us to educate our future global leaders, and as in the broader sort of defense and security space in particular. And it's really we want to develop your abilities more broadly as students, as I said, not just the technical aspects, but more broadly sort of how do we contextualize that, how do we use technology, how do we prepare ourselves and our society for the rapid changes that are currently going on. And with that, it's about shaping the Australian international community in this space and really look at the longevity in that. We want to produce graduates who are not just highly intelligent and smart, but also balanced, competent, innovative, and really show initiative in driving things and leading things. That's why that point about the leadership. Good. I'll pass over to Randy, I think, for the next section again on how to apply.
Yes. So how to apply to UNSW Canberra? Essentially, that's a dual application process. There is a defence application process as well as the university process. To be able to study at UNSW Canberra in one of our degree programs, students must have an offer from defence as well as from the university. When it comes to the defence application, prospective students, they have to contact Defence Force Careers or Defence Force Recruitment, and this process can start as early as in year 11. However, university process only start just the year before that students expect to enter into the university. So the degree program that students have to study, that depends on the career that they are going to do in defence. So hopefully with the offer, defence will give some options for different degree programs for students. And it also depends on the profession. In some of the professions in defence, there is a very narrow choice. For some professions, students must undertake a particular degree. But when it comes to some other professions, there is a bit of flexibility of what degree program that students can study. So these are the things that you should be talking to Defence Force Career if you are planning to apply to ADFA as an undergraduate student. ADFA requirements for the Bachelor of Computing and Cybersecurity program. The indicative ADFA is 80. For the Bachelor of Computing and Cybersecurity CDF version, the ADFA requirement is 98. So in UNSW Canberra, we also run this outreach event called Young Women in Engineering. This is a program designed for high school students, young women who are in years 9 to 12. And we do run this event yearly. Next event is in April. So if you are one of the young women out there, you can register for this program. And it's a free 3-day workshop, and students will get the opportunity to do various engineering and STEM activities with our academics here on campus. So that's our presentation. However, we do have our trainee officers here who can also answer your questions, and I'm sure they have much more interesting information than we academics can give you. And we are also happy to answer any questions or direct you to the appropriate contact point for related questions.
Great, thank you. Maybe we start with I'm going to pass the microphone around, a very quick introduction, just, where you're up to first year, second year, third year, and which of the forces are you in, and so.
Hi everyone, I'm Kayan. I'm a first year studying Bachelor of Computing and Cybersecurity. I'm part of the Air Force, and my specialisation is Cyber Warfare Officer.
Hiya, I'm Emily. I'm a second year Bachelor of Computing and Cybersecurity student, and my specialisation is Mission.
Hey, good morning. I'm Solomon. I'm from the Republic of Singapore Air Force. I'm in my second year, and I'm doing the Bachelor of Computing and Cybersecurity CDF program.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Officer Cadet Gill, and I'm a third year student who's in the Army.
Open up the floor for questions.
Two questions. First one, what would be the honors program content? Would it be apart from this PS? What additional would that be? And second thing is, when I was going through the introduction, I was hearing about specialty from each of the students. So how do we get to choose the specialty? What is it based on?
Do you want to speak first?
Sorry, can you repeat the question? Okay. So it's a standalone one-year program. So you will be undertaking significant research project. So we call it 12 units of credit. So that's equivalent to 2 courses over the year. So that's a significant research component, more substantial than a CDF project. In addition to that, students will be undertaking courses in artificial intelligence or cybersecurity, because we have 2 streams, artificial intelligence stream as well as cybersecurity stream. So students can choose courses from those 2 streams. So that's basically the honors here. And there is an entry requirement to enter into the honors here. If students are in defense, they have to get defense approval to undertake that option.
So the second question, if you can repeat that, please.
The second question, there was, during the introduction, there was a specialization in ABC. How do we choose the specialization? What are the requirements for it?
Yep. So for Air Force and Navy, we have job specializations that you pick during the recruitment process. You apply for a specific job. However, for Army, do you want to speak more on how that works?
So in the Army, you don't enlist into your job role. So upon graduation from the academy, I'll go over to the Royal Military College Duntroon. Then from there, I'll compete for a core specialisation, essentially, which I'll be allocated. So a slightly different pathway compared to Air Force and Navy.
But you still have a job, right?
I do have a job, yes.
You don't go that study and not have a job. You just
So-
have to kind of choose from the options of jobs.
I'll be a general service officer first in the Army. Then there's a wide range of corps from transport, infantry, signals, which I'll have a preference for due to my degree, as well as engineering roles as well. So I will have a job.
Thank you.
Further questions? Yes.
For the RAF, how does university and military training sort of go? When is the training time, essentially?
Yeah, so we have SSTs during our breaks, our uni breaks. And so we have phase 1, 2, and 3, and they go for 1 to 2 weeks each. And then during the week, we have 3 hours of military training in the mornings. So from 7 till 10 is our military time, and then from 10 till 6 is our university time.
Yeah, SST stands for Single Service Training as well. Yeah, and specifically if you are going to a cyber, if your spec is cyber warfare, the degree assists you in getting a better knowledge of what the job is. However, most jobs in the Air Force will go on to initial employment training after graduation from ADFA. Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Do you have another question?
I'm just wondering, so we're focusing on officer selection to go into the academy to do this degree. Is there a civilian pathway? Do you have civilians in this particular degree as well?
Not anymore. We used to have a pathway called DCUS pathway, so that's a defense civilian undergraduate scholarship that has been discontinued.
UNSW Canberra, on its newly established Reed campus, where CIT Reed was, so the UNSW Canberra City campus, there is a Bachelor of Cybersecurity on offer there for civilian students, but it's separate from this degree.
So I heard you guys have to pass a physical exam. So what's that like?
Do you mean fitness? Yeah. So yeah, as part of the recruitment process, you will need to pass an initial fitness test, and your recruitment officer will give you more information about that. But you'll need to pass that within I think a few months of coming here.
And then we get like tested 4 times a year here. Yeah, we get tested quite a lot. Yeah, 5 or 6, I think, actually. But they're not like bad. It's pretty chill. Like for what core are you going into? Or what service? Yeah, so for RAF, it's pretty chill.
Would you guys want to talk a bit about what your day looks like? So both Monday to Friday, but then also on the weekend. What extracurricular activities do you do? How does your day look like? Just because I think that would be interesting for potential students to hear.
Sure, I'll go first. So my kind of day in the life at the academy, I'm a rower, so that kind of entails waking up at 4:30, driving down to the lake and going for a row for a couple of hours before inspections. But followed from that, we'll have from 7 till 10 bit of military training, which will be a mixture of PT, lectures, or joint military education training, which would be talking about like defence capability or current events which are going on in the world, or core-specific training. So for Army, it was kind of be talking about fieldcraft and what we could be doing out field as well as navigation. Air Force, probably like, I don't know, having coffees and enjoying life. Whatever they talk about, and Navy talking about boats. From there, 10 to 6, you'll have classes. So they'll be coming here to university, marching across my lines. From that point on, like from 10 a.m. in the morning, the military side kind of leaves us alone. So we can just kind of focus on academics, provide that, uniforms are in good order and all of that good stuff. And from 6 p.m, we're knocked and we just kind of do our own thing. Yeah, no requirements after that.
Yeah, so I'm doing the CDF program right now, and you may think that cyber has a lot of contact hours, but it's actually pretty all right. You have time to do your own sports and stuff like that. Like currently in this semester, I only have 13 contact hours, which is actually pretty mellow, if you ask me, for university. Yeah, I have time to like run, go swimming, go to the gym, like at least 5-6 times a week. And afterwards, for your military commitments, they really don't clash at all. It's really just once and done in the mornings. It's really very deconflicted.
Yeah, mine's pretty much the same. Like, I'm in the soccer club, so I play soccer 2 or 3 times a week, have my contact hours, and then the rest of it is my time.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. As everyone said, I play field hockey, training twice a week, like after all the academics are done, and then on the weekends we'll play games and stuff like that, so yeah.
There was a question.
I was just wondering what subjects did you study in as well?
I'll go first. I finished high school last year. For me, I'm from Victoria, I studied specialist maths, maths methods, Chinese second language, applied computing, physics, and English. And I'd say maths is an assumed subject, and it's very much recommended. Like, it's not a prerequisite, but going into first year, first semester, you definitely want to have some maths background. Doesn't have to be like high-level specialist maths, but having at least like maths methods or advanced maths, that kind of thing, kind of just sets you up for a good, like, sets you up for like that train of thought of how maths works, stuff like that. But apart from that, you don't really need any computing background, science background. I know a lot of friends who did just humanities subjects through year 11 and 12, but they're still really enjoying the degree as well.
I think I did extension maths and extension history and physics and advanced English. So yeah, I had like no idea I barely knew what a computer was before I came here. So like no computing knowledge needed, but maths is probably very handy.
All right, so I'm not Australian, obviously, but so for me, I did a business diploma beforehand, which was very, very different. And the last time I did calculus and algebra was back in 2016. Yeah, so that's how long I've not done math. But the good thing about UNSW is that there's a lot of support services. So when I first came in first year, I was struggling with the math part, but I went to all the support classes, which really, really help a lot. Like, they have multiple tutors in there, which will like teach you, walk you through it and everything. and I'm in CDF program now, so I guess that worked, you know. But yeah, it's you don't have to be too fast about it, but math is really, really important, especially in the first semester.
It was a little while ago, but I just kind of did maths methods, English 3. Nothing too crazy. I don't believe it hasn't already been mentioned. Just kind of, yeah, that maths background is really important for first year.
Hey, I'm wondering what you're hoping to do in the Army after doing this degree specifically.
So after this degree specifically, I'll be hoping to be allocated to the Signal Corps. So that'll be communications, cyber warfare, and electronic warfare in the Army, hopefully.
What do your weekends look like now that you've told us about your days?
Well, because we're all of legal age, we hit the pub occasionally. It's Australian culture, you know, I got to partake in that. But yes, for me, I like running a lot. So normally I'll run, go for a little cycle, you know, training up for a half Ironman, stuff like that. Weekends, it's really up to you to have your self-discipline to do work. No one's really going to be controlling you and stuff like that. It's free time. People have like games on the weekends as well. Soccer, rugby, field hockey. It's free for all. Yeah, it's chill. The military doesn't touch your weekends either, unless it's single service trainings during the holidays. Yeah.
Yeah, like I live off and I don't have to come in here at all on the weekends. Like I go play my soccer game and that's it.
Yeah, that's.
Do most of you live on the academy? Is that the general rule?
Yeah, most people live on. You can apply to live off.
Yeah, majority of people live on because it's super convenient, obviously, living here. But living off, you get rent assist from Defence. So it's like a little bit cheaper living off. And it's a pretty like chill application process.
I just want to try and unpack that maths question. So if you've got a student that's doing really well currently in high school in computing and in science, but is doing that general maths, I picked up all the support classes. Is this still a degree for them?
Can you repeat the question, please?
It's about that maths that they're studying now. So they could be doing really well in computing, really well in science. Everybody said that they've done really high level maths, that they will be supported.
Absolutely. Yeah. So look, the general assumption is the assumed knowledge is mathematical methods or equivalent. For those who come in and where that might still be needing some support, we have in place very strong support structures, and the guys here were alluding to that sort of very small, almost one-to-one tutoring and to support to develop. So really, as long as the desire is there and the commitment to do the tutoring and go with that, then we are very much in support of that.
So we do run maths and physics support programs. So that's what these training officers were talking about. So if someone is behind, they can take that support. As well as part of defense reporting requirements, we do report students at risk of failing very early in the semester, so that defense also can direct them to the appropriate support services. So there is lots of support on this campus because of our unique nature as well.
What time do we go?
Yeah, we have about 15 minutes.
All right, some more questions. I think there was one in this. Yep.
Two questions. One for the academic staff. What's the core differentiator between the civilian stream and the ADFA stream within BCCS? And then for the current students, what's one bit of information that you'd like to share, I guess, with all of the prospective students in the room?
You guys want to go first?
I think for me, coming into first year, for academics and like the uni side of things, just come with like an open mindset and be ready to learn. Like a lot of it, you might be like, oh, I did this in high school, it's easy stuff, or I've never done this before, I think I'm gonna fail. Regardless of like how you feel, just come in with an open mindset and you're surrounded by like-minded people, really good people who can support you as well. And as long as you're ready to learn and ready to grow, then you can do really well.
Yeah, I think especially because this degree is so small, you can get a lot from leaning on the other people in your degree. And I probably wouldn't have been able to get through it without help from other people at some stage. So yeah, just be open-minded, get along with everyone.
For me, my main takeaway was you get what you put in. So yes, UNSW has a lot of support available. For me, I was actually failing math initially when I first came in, but I went to 3 support classes a week, and the tutors really, really helped me pull it up. So it's more of utilizing these support classes. Everything here is available, it's just whether you use it or not. And the thing is, being in cyber, you have a lot of different opportunities available. Currently in the CDF program, I'm working with the Bank of Papua New Guinea Financial Investigation Unit. So you do have a lot of potential projects you can work on, especially for the IT projects 1 and 2. You get to do a lot more stuff as well. You can speak more on that. If you want. So what's that? You can speak more on IT projects.
Yeah, so in third year you get an IT project essentially, which is your capstone product for your degree. So last semester, I was quite fortunate to be paired with a local Canberra kind of company, Auxilio Labs. So for them, we built an AI tool which could evaluate his current production level software to kind of evaluate the accuracy of the AI models being produced, which is really cool, actually going out there and meeting with an industry partner in Canberra. So definitely, a lot more hands-on in the second and third year, get some really cool opportunities. And the kind of piece of advice I would give you would just be, don't be afraid to ask for help. All through first year, I was emailing my lectures if I didn't, go as well as I thought I had, or until I sit down and go through a test, which I attempted. Don't be afraid to reach out and actually ask for help, because lots of help available, you just have to ask for it.
Thank you, that was good advice.
Yes.
What are the sciences you should take in high school to
It's not very science driven. I did physics. I have never needed to use my physics. I also did chemistry. Never needed to use that. Massive waste of time.
Could I just ask you guys, I'm a computer science teacher here in Canberra. If there was one thing that you guys would have wanted to prepare you better for coming into ADFA, coming into the university environment, what skill, what thing would that have been? I mean, I'm trying to instill personal discipline in my students so that they can have a good study ethic, that sort of thing. Is that what you guys would have wanted if I could get a little bit personal like that? Or is there something that your teachers could have given me better? What could we as teachers have done to better prepare you for where you are now?
Well, I can take it from one of my lectures in the past semester, Ben Turnbull. He taught us computer and security, and one thing that really stood out and helped us learn a lot more was relating it to current events. How does this relate to what is happening in the world now? What could happen in the future? What's the point of learning this? Because students sometimes they can tune out, you get it. And giving them a reason to pay attention, it really changes things up, yeah.
Do you have the option in the year one, if you don't make the grade just to get into CDF, to be invited or to upgrade to CDF course in the first year, first semester?
So after first semester results, we get a list of students who are eligible for the program based on their weighted average mark. Yeah. Yes, so they have the option in first semester as well as in the second semester. Because CDF courses actually start in second year, so Solomon is he just started his CDF courses. The other part of that is students also have to maintain a WAM of 80 to stay in the program. But switching is really easy because those two programs are highly aligned.
Is it hard, the CDF program?
Well, I've only just started it. There's a third year in the next talk that has a lot more experience in that. But so far, I find that if you balance your time properly, it's actually all right. Like your contact hours aren't insane, but the downside, not really downside, but the difference is that you really need to have the self-discipline because it's a very research-based type of thing. You need to go look for your own sources. You need to write your own paper. There's not gonna be like lectures for you to pay attention to and stuff like that. Yeah, so it's just up to your own time management. Yeah.
We have time for one or two more questions. There's one over there.
So, say you come into the university environment, you're studying really things, not for me. What does that look like if you want to try and change into a different stream?
It partly depends on what service you're in and what your job is. If your job requires you to have that degree, then you will need to have a chat with like your career manager, staff, things like that. However, regardless, if I know people who are like, oh, I don't really like arts, I want to go into science, things like that, they will just have to put in like a degree transfer like application. It might not get like approved, it might, but if like people get it in early, like usually like by like after first semester, they're like, yeah, this isn't for me, and then they'll get a degree transfer if it works out.
One last one.
You said it was a small course. How many people do the course?
Around 30 in the first year at the moment. 30 students.
That's a great student to staff ratio. These guys really get to know us.
Is it capped at 30 or is it just that?
It depends on defense because they send our students for different streams, but it's growing as well. So we have increased.
Well, it's overall ADFA as a whole, and from a defense side, has an overall cap, but it's not. Then it's up to the individual forces to basically tell the ADFA, so okay, we need, in 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, we're projecting we need X number of people with this kind of background, and then obviously the defense recruitment tries to match basically according to those targets. So that's for us as academics, it's of the unusual situation that we are not involved in the recruitment part really, so, apart from the events here and so. But it's a as these guys have said, it's an environment where it's really if you have the motivation to make the most of it, the number of support services and what's on offer is probably dare I say better than what most universities can offer. And the other thing is, obviously, you get paid being a student here, no? So you're an employee, so you're not just a student.
So if we were unable to answer any question, we also have information desk at Adams Auditorium. You can come to the desk and we will have some academics to answer any questions that we were unable to answer here because of time constraints. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
here, ready for a tour of ADFA? here, ready for a tour of ADFA? Here, ready for a tour of ADFA? Here, ready for a tour of ADFA?
stairs. There are some seats at the front to be more comfortable if you want to come down. Okay, welcome. I'll get started. Welcome to the Bachelor of Science at UNSW Canberra talk. I'm Professor John David Dewsbury, Head of School. I'm actually a human geographer. And what that signals, I think, is, especially in this faculty, that uniqueness of interdisciplinarity, where we can mix science with art, philosophy, engineering, cyber, business, etc. It's a small campus with quite exceptional staff-student ratio, so that interface is really important. I'm going to talk to you for probably about 20 minutes, just giving you an overview of the degree, and then we'll move to the kind of the main highlight, actually, is for your chance to ask questions, and also not just of me, but of the students here. So looking forward to that. Let me start with the acknowledgement of country. UNSW Canberra acknowledges the Ngunnawal people as the traditional custodians of the lands on which the campus is located. For tens of thousands of years, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people managed the land sustainably using practices adapted to its unique climate, geography and ecology. We honour their unique relationship with the land and their rich contribution to society. I also want to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the various lands on which people who are watching this online are attending the meeting from today. The Ngunnawal people stands for we the people, or us, and I think this recognition acknowledges the cultural, social, economic connection to these lands and waters. Their culture is very deeply entwined with the land, with a profound understanding of the local environment. And I think that we, the people, us, is also what we're here to do today. And I'm very honoured to work here at UNSW, but also with the Australian Defence Force. And you, the public, universities are a public good. They're autonomous, just about, and they do provide research at the cutting edge with the public good in mind. And so working here and in Australia and on lands
here, ready for a tour of ADFA?
Is fundamental there, particularly for defence, for technology creation. The cutting edges sometimes can be marginal, but the gains can be huge. Computers, computer analysis, data analysis, crunching through the numbers, speeding up the amount of data, how that data can help you in different platforms, aircraft, ships, weapons, explosives to be effective, code making and code breaking to be in charge of that warfare in terms of the information sphere. Science is the bedrock of all that. If you don't have science, you're not equipped. A Bachelor of Science degree from UNSW Canberra offers you, and the students here coming, a diverse understanding of the physical universe. Again, from chemistry into the subatomic, up to the large-scale behaviour of oceans and planets, from computational techniques and data analysis in the very micro-nano data, to new understandings of the human, full stop, and how that actually changes what human behaviour is in our ever-increasing social technical age. The school vision is important in interfacing and bringing all those different complexities and synergies together. To be recognised internationally as a cutting-edge research science school is our aim. Delivering interdisciplinary solutions because we're unique in that proximity and closeness across not only within the school. There's very few schools of science where you have physics, aviation, oceanography, geography, chemistry, etc. in one school, so that you've got colleagues just next door to you, not across campuses. But also then to actually work with nationally specific, but also in relationship to globally connected 21st century problems. We can't do these things alone. We are a meeting place, Canberra. To deliver then also research-led quality teaching to students across a diverse portfolio of assessments, giving them transferable skills in application and innovation. You're here for 3 years. I mean, today you're here for how many ever hours. Maximise those moments. For those here today, talk to people, even if you're going to the golf stand, talk to the TOs there. Engage, converse. 3 years, widening that from a few hours to 3 years. You're here to develop yourselves, and we're here to encourage you. And there's multiple ways and multiple activities that you can do, and that's on show today, not just the science, not just the academics, but also the many kind of societies that are here. This is all fundamental to who you are and who you become and who you can be. And we want to see that maximised, hence why the portfolio of assessments is important. We want diverse ways of understanding knowledge, creating knowledge, but also we've got to be able to translate it. We've got to also make it have an impact. We also want to talk to the public. So these conversations and even these open days are fundamental to that aim. Finally the school strives to be a global leader in science for equity, diversity and inclusion, fostering skills, and science skills in particular, for all. We need to give opportunities for all, because that person sitting here today could be the key to the future. And we need to make sure that everybody is brought up to speed. There might be questions about attainment levels in science and maths and physics in particular. We do a lot of work when you get here to get you over the line, to help you understand, to get over those fundamentals and those difficulties. Because you never know, your particular mindset, your particular experience, your particular background, your particular gender, your particular ethnicity, your particular nationality has a unique set of skills, and we want to maximise that. So our offerings, the major minors, I shall run through this quite quickly. There is a stand in the Adams Auditorium. I think some of you have already been there. Please go over and chat to staff manning those. But I'll run through these quickly just so you can get a feel for what we offer, what kinds of major minors programmes you can do. First discipline, it's alphabetical, no priority, aviation. And here topics include aviation technology, fundamentals of flight, aircraft systems, aviation safety, huge. We're developing that more broadly outside the undergraduate area. Airport operations and systems, air traffic management. It's very good advantage, again, of being in Canberra, national capital of all these agencies, but also a good airport. We have very strong links with Canberra Airport. Again, we work very closely with Aviation School in Sydney. So again, you get those kind of dual capabilities and capacities. So a lot going on in the aviation space, and we've just in the process of completing a new teaching research lab, which simulates with 8 screens, completely 360 surround, a kind of an aircraft management, traffic management tower, but it can also be done for flight simulations. Chemistry, organic chemistry, inorganic chemistry, biological chemistry, supramolecular chemistry, explosives. A lot of the fundamentals there in chemistry. We don't do biology here, but where you might lean into that a little bit is in the organic chemistry realm. Computer science. Topics here include computational problem solving, introduction to programming, computer technology, data structure, representation, securing networks, and computer language and algorithms. This is in another school, but you do become part of science, and you can do this as a science major, as a Bachelor of Science, and in particular around the maths. Geography. Coastal geography, cultural geography, social geography, environmental hazards, and geographical research methods. One of the things about geography, we don't do labs so much, but we do field schools, and we do field school activities in each year. And in the final year, we do an overseas field school to Singapore. Part of this is in relationship to the unique history in terms of global trade and finance of Singapore, but it also is a key geopolitical spot, an interface both historically and also to the present day. I mean, interesting here, if you had time, Changi Chapel is near Changi Airport in Singapore. It's where in 1944 the Allied prisoners of war built a Catholic chapel. In 1945, when Singapore was liberated, that chapel was packaged up and shipped back to Australia. Amazingly, that materiality and presence stayed in a box until 1988. And the RMC here in Duntroon renovated it, and it's now standing not so many kilometres, about a kilometre away from where we're here today, as a memorial to the 35,000 Allied prisoners of war. So a bit of history there that connects us to this place, to the field school, and to the present, to the past. On to maritime. Maritime, a new area of Bachelors of Science. It's a new major that's coming up. Again, across the 2 schools. So you have engineering mechanics, mechanical aeronautic and naval architecture engineering, naval architecture practice, hydrostatics and stability, mechanics of solids, Australian waters and their dynamics, and we're leading in a bit more to oceanography here, ocean circulation and mixing, ocean waves and modelling. And that's why maritime and oceanography can't be paired as a double major or a major minor because of the overlap of courses. We'll come on to that. Mathematics, fundamentals, algebra, calculus, then data analysis, discrete mathematics, differential equations, mathematical modelling, waves and fluids. Every student here at UNSW Canberra, ADFA, does some maths. So every student goes through the science school at some point. Obviously, as you go through, that's mainly the basics. Fundamental data analysis is the main course. As you go through, you're applying it in relationship to engineering, and obviously clearly some physics there with waves and fluids. Oceanography, those topics that are in the maritime come up. Ocean waves and modelling, Australian waters and their dynamics, ocean circulation and mixing. The oceanography course is run in years 2 and 3. It's not in year 1. The year 1 is made up of the other science fundamentals. Physics, final discipline, I think. Atomic and nuclear physics, doing more in that space in nuclear science. Meteorology, waves and electronic materials, astrophysics, electromagnetism, and quantum physics. Quantum physics is a cutting edge at the moment, a lot of tech at that space. Diving into the courses, again, I'm going to go through this quickly, but I'll give you an example, run through an example. I mean, what is the degree? The degree is 3 years. What do you need to do in that 3 years? You need to do 144 units of credit. Generally, per semester, you are doing 4 courses, so 24 units of credit. So over two semester years, that's 48 for a year, 3 years gets you up to 144. The double major minor component is 48 for the major, 36 for the minor. You can pick up the other 12 in different electives. In level 1, you need to be doing 24 units of credit. I'll show you how the other 24 gets made up in that first year. Years 2 and 3, you need to have at least 36 in the major in years 2 and 3, and at least 18 in years level 3. All students also, throughout their degree, take general education courses, as well as 1 or 2 prescribed electives. There's a little bit of choice, but obviously if they're prescribed, there isn't. But here's a bit of what that choice is. You can choose between Introduction to Strategic Studies or Strategic Management and Leadership. And then you can choose between Law, Force and Legitimacy or Introduction to Military Ethics. So these are outside of whatever degree you do, you can be doing them. Plus, you do Introduction to Cybersecurity, all students do this, and plus if you don't take Maths 1A, this is why every student here does Maths in some form, you will do Fundamental of Data Analysis in year 2. So let me unpack that. And this is a kind of suggested study load, if we run through that in particular year by year kind of account. First year level 1, study load, as I've said, is 4 courses or 24 units of course per semester, so 48, and that's for full-time study. We recommend 3 or 4 science courses per semester, and you can take those from aviation, chemistry, computer science, geography, maritime physics, and mathematics. Plus at most 2 science, arts, business courses as electives, e.g. maybe you take a science elective, timetable permitting, from the other majors. And in particular, the new elective we have that doesn't sit in a major at the moment is nuclear science and applications. In year 2, same deal, 4 courses, 24 units of credit per semester, leading to 48 in the whole year. But here we start to kind of look at the difference and how you can make this up. And this is assuming a major minor. So in science, in 1 semester, you would do 3 courses of science with 1 elective. That elective could be the general, that's 6, or it could be the free course elective, another 6. And then in the second semester, you would do 3 courses. So that kind of cadence of 3 quarters in your main topic, and then something else to keep your brain fresh as you go through the year. In year 3, 4 courses, again, the same thing, 24 units of credit per semester. Again, and then in science, in the science major, you'll have 3 courses, 8 units of credit. If you're doing the minor, you would then have that 1 course plus the choice of 2 upper level science electives with 18 units of credit, plus then you could have your 6 units of credit. So that is a space where you can start to kind of tailor make your degree a little bit. There's not a huge amount of choices, but there's a little bit of movement. I'll say one quick thing about the kind of perhaps constrained choice. It does mean that we can take you to a higher level. A lot of universities sometimes mix second years and third years. We do that a little bit, but that's because we're enabling students to catch up and we have to manage their program carefully. But in the norm, we don't, and that means that therefore, from second year to third year, we can take you to a higher level. Does that make sense? And I think that's an advantage. Not all universities do that. In terms of then how that might look in terms of units of credit and how it becomes, you total up the 48 if you just take the physics major column there on the left. 12 in the first year, 18 in the second and third year to equal 48. And then in the minor, you build it up to 36 because it's a major minor physics maths combination. You have those electives that pull in another 12. In the first year, you have that 24 that you do in the free electives, and then you have another 6 in the second year. In the second and third year, you have the general ones, plus you have the prescribed. And that all combines to make sense of, where you're majoring in any discipline is actually could be quite a small component, so effectively 1 year. Again, remember with science that you're feeding off some of the fundamentals from maths, even though you might be doing the major in physics. Obviously, if you're doing the double majors, that will come in a kind of tighter number, which I'll show you in a minute. Just to highlight, though, is that each major must contain 48 units of credit of courses, and each minor 36. So there you can see that the physics adds up to 48, the maths minor adds up to 36. And then that leads to the minimum of units of credit to get a BSc in science in terms of the major minor. And again, each minor must contain 24 units of credit at the upper level with at least 6 at level 3. For an award of BSc, which is the point I've just made, there must be at least 96 units of credit of science courses. However, sometimes that might be higher. In this example, there might be as many as 126 units of credit of science courses. That will differ from different programs, university programs across Australia, about the level of actual content of science that you take. But 96 does give a strong integrity to the particular specialisation of degree that you do here. The kind of combination of double majors, and again, this is something you can chat to and ask students about their experiences of their major, minor, or double major. These are the combinations that you can have. As you can see, everyone at some point will be doing maths to get a science degree. You then have the choices depending on the prerequisites and how the different degrees marry up. There is some timetabling issues with chemistry, physics having quite large lab classes, and that can constrain some of those double majors. But there's a lot of choice, there's a lot of courses there, each tick is a different combination, and you can make up quite a few, and those are the double majors, and it's a similar deal with the major minors. What I will talk about here, and it is something that we get questioned about, is the assumed knowledge in and around the science program. So maths is obviously fundamental, so almost all major minor combinations in the BSc at UNIS Canberra would include a mathematics 1A, 1B in the first year. They need to do that. For that, there's an assumed knowledge. Intermediate level senior mathematics is assumed knowledge for the BSc degree at UNSW Canberra. So therefore, we assume that students who arrive here have a strong background in algebra and calculus from their prior studies. Also then, students completing majors or minors in physics or oceanography, or majors in aviation should also have studied senior physics, and that's the kind of assumed knowledge. I mean, that said, we do a lot of work with students to help pick up their fundamentals and remind them of algebra and calculus in particular, where they might struggle. I mean, it's interesting, it is a language, and how that is taught is different from institution and countries to countries, and certainly in the past was different from state to state. I have to say Queensland has upped its game in a few years and changed that, but in the past they were a little bit behind. I can see some smiles from students who know about that. But what that means is that we can't assume that everyone has learnt the language the same way. So we do a lot of work with students to get their support up. I often get asked, should we do some bridging course? And of course, you're coming straight into to ADFA. We don't have that period, before you get here. And so we do encourage and do recommend some online bridging courses. There's no harm in doing that to get you up to speed. I think you'll find that an advantage if you struggle with maths coming here. But again, it's a good one to ask the students when we get to Q&A. Entry requirements. The 2026 undergraduate entry requirement is indicative, it's not absolute, for Bachelor of Science at UNSW Canberra. The ATAR for basic requirements is 75. For the CDF requirement, it's 95. It is competitive to get in here, and students do arrive with higher than 75. What's also interesting, of course, is the recruitment to get in here is broader. It's a bit like some of the universities in the UK where you have interviews and there are other characteristics that are looked for. And I think that's fantastic. And the students that we do have here, you are fantastic. It is a privilege to teach you. The staff-student ratio does mean that you can get to engage with them, it's a very vibrant environment, not just for the kind of military side of things, but also for the academic side of things. You want good peers, you want to have ambition, and you want to lean on that. So what I'll do now is I'll invite the TOs up, Alston, Kate, Kane and Zoe, and I'll ask them to come forward just to introduce themselves to you, tell you your year, and also their major, minor, and then we'll open up to Q&A. So while they're doing that, think of any questions. I appreciate I've rushed through some things, but I just want to give you an overview. So.
Yes, good morning everyone. I'm Kane and I'm studying, of course, science with majors in physics and aviation, and I'm in my second year.
Hi, I'm Zoe. I'm doing a double major in aviation and geography, and I'm in second year as well.
Good morning, my name's Kate. I'm a third year student studying chemistry and maths, and my role is an aviation warfare officer.
Morning everyone, my name's Alston, so I'm a third year, I'm doing maths and aviation and I'm a pilot in the Navy.
Great, so over to you for questions. There's a question at the back.
Just a quick one, what was the CDF in regards to the ATAR?
Okay, so for those online and in the other room, the question is, what was the CDF? The CDF is a Chief Defence Force specialised cohort when they do more study throughout the 3 years. So it's kind of aiming a little bit higher towards a more honours kind of degree. They don't get an honours, but it's that kind of idea. So it's just kind of enhanced education over the 3 years. Yep. Any questions? Yep.
Shared knowledge of maths and physics, that's a prerequisite for general maths in last year of school enough, or would it be required to have an advanced maths subject?
We would rather, it's assumed knowledge for an advanced maths subject, depending on the degree. So if it was for maths, we would assume and want that. So it's a senior mathematics, yeah.
With regards to the CDF, I understand that it's by invitation. What's the criteria to obtain an invitation?
First of all, I think it's the level of performance from the student in relationship to how they're tracking for their ATAR. And then that's a question for defence recruitment, not for UNSW. Oh, yeah, perfect, great.
Yes, so even though it's a 95 ATAR requirement, it isn't actually offered until the start of the second semester in first year. So you'll receive an email if you received a weighted average mark for your first semester over 85. So I haven't really known anyone to actually look into the 95 ATAR. They just look at your WAM in the first semester and then base it off that. So yes, if you get a 95 ATAR, that might be indicative of you then getting an 85 WAM, but it is entirely possible for you to work hard in your first semester and receive a WAM of above 85 and be offered that course. So, no worries.
Yeah, question there.
Just a couple of questions around more about more general questions, but when do you have to decide what type of degree you need to do? And similar for science, is there a view of which major and minor you should choose, or is that also a recommended if you get sort of advice as to what you should be doing based on your future career?
Yeah.
Based on your future career choice?
I'll start the answer because there'll be two sides of this story, I think. One, we want you to be doing the topics that you want to be doing. And my understanding mostly with, defence workforce down the line, they're not looking for absolutely generalist, but they will assign students later on. They'll have some jobs in mind, but, those things can be trained up separately. So I wouldn't be looking for a particular end game role, but I would certainly start from an academic point of view with what you're passionate about, and based on how you can manage some of those, whether the level of maths, for example. We can pick students up, but I think it's go with what your strengths are, with what your passions are. We do try and be flexible. I don't know whether any students here have changed their combinations when you came in.
Not originally for my intent, but I'd say that you can keep it quite open at the start, especially in your first year with the amount of electives you can pick. It's general that you can do, for example, myself, I did maths, chemistry and physics in my first year. So when I went to choose my majors, I did have the option to pick a combination of those three. I ended up going with my original, which was chemistry and maths, but you can keep it quite open at the start and find where your passion is and just do what you're interested in. Yes, you think, I might be going into a pilot role, therefore I want to study aviation. You're going to be studying aviation once you leave here, going into your job. So if you have passion in chemistry or physics or something, go and do that because this is your time to study what you're really, really interested in, and ADF will give you your job training when you need it after here. So really focus on what you're interested in, and if that's not necessarily 100% related to your job, especially doing a science degree, then do that, because the engineers have to do engineering because they're going into an engineering role. So this is your chance to go and do what you're interested in. Yeah.
Yep, question there.
Just on that, how much has aviation assisted with your pilot
training?
So the question is, how has your aviation assisted with your pilot course and training?
Yeah, so going off of what Kate had said, it's really good to have your interests. For me personally with aviation, it was a pretty no-brainer. I was good at maths in high school and I was good at aviation because of what I wanted to do. As far as direct correlation to your job, the ADF trains you completely for what they need. There's definitely some benefits in knowing the backgrounds of things like, Sir spoke about air traffic management. That's not really something as a pilot I'd touch on, but it's good to know from the background of what their job does. As far as prerequisite sort of thing to aviation, it's not that mandated, I guess. Like you can do without it, because again, ultimately once we graduate this place, we all get trained for our jobs anyway, as to what the ADF requires.
Question at the front.
Of the number of students who have completed their education at ADFA, how many usually have completed majors or minors that are science related?
So the question is about how many students that go through ADFA have completed their major minor in science with a Bachelor of Science. It's around about 70 out of about 350, I think we're going up to. I mean, it will go up a little bit. It's not as many as you might think. Yeah. Any other questions? The question there, yeah. Oh, sorry, yeah, perfect, yeah. So I'll go there first and then to you. Sorry. So the chap in the pink shirt. Sorry, there's any... So the question is, are there any research opportunities at the Bachelor of Science? Yes, there is. We do offer in the third year research projects. So even the Singapore Field School, we're kind of that course is around training the students in certain philosophies, methodologies. We kind of guide them in certain study areas in Singapore, but then they are actually devising their own research project around that. It's the same with oceanography and physics. And again, there's often components, particularly around some of the lab-based late parts in the third year, and also then in any field school activity in geography. You can always chat to, academics. A lot of academics will actually, especially in the labs, will generally at different times show you some of the experiments they do. They may not have done it yet. Yeah. And actually, the new aviation lab with he's very excited about that. I don't know. Have you seen it yet?
Not yet.
No.
We're hoping to get in there soon.
Yeah, I'm trying to get it done, but it's very good. Microsoft Simulator, here I come. So this is a question for aviation. The first question was about whether a preference for BTEC or Bachelor of Science for aviation pilot. And the second question has escaped me. Sorry, what was it?
Are there any practical flying hours?
Yeah. And are there any practical flying hours for aviation? Hand over.
Yes, I'll answer the second question first. There is no practical flying in the university component. If you are going on to do pilot training, you will do all of your flying through Defence in the pilot training system. No actual physical flying is done with UNSW. And the first question, forgive me, sorry, would you just...
BTEC or BSc.
Oh, BTEC or BSci. There is no particular preference to doing one or the other. I should make it clear that none of us have done our pilot training yet. That's all done after ADFA. But very much do what you are interested in. Don't be thinking, I need to pick a degree that prepares me best for pilot training. We have so many pilots and Avros go through who are doing business and arts and computer science. This is your chance to be broad before Defence focuses your training.
Just adding on to that, when I came in as a BTEC student, and after a week I just decided that wasn't for me, and it only took the military about a week to approve to change to science as well, so they don't really mind too much.
Great, thank you. Any questions? A question on the stairs here.
So can you get a job in the
So the question is, can you get a job in the Air Force before you finish the degree?
Yeah, so when you sign on, we're actually already technically serving military members. So, and then after you got given your job that you apply for, then you can kind of think about what degree you want to do. And they kind of tell you what degrees you should do based on your job. And then once you graduate, then you just go straight off into the military.
I'll just add broadly, since we don't have any Army represented here, so Navy and Air Force both know their job role before they come to ADFA. So Navy will do their officer training before coming to ADFA, knowing their job role. Air Force will come straight to ADFA knowing their job role, whereas Army come in as general service officers. Some come as engineers. But then more specifically, engineers will do an engineering degree, whereas most other roles, you can pick whatever you want. Yeah.
Question right at the back.
Can science students extend their education to an honours year?
They're asking, can science students extend their education to an honours year here? They can. It will have to be, it's dependent on the force that you're in and their requirements year by year. But I've certainly had honours students. I know of, we've got a couple in geography quite often and chemistry. And so yes, the answer is yes, but it's not, it's dependent on where you're being put and what discipline you're in. And that can change from year to year. Is that fair? Yes. A question here.
To speak to the balance between the academic side and then the defence force side.
Yep.
As you go through,
Yep.
does it vary or is it pretty constant?
Yeah, so it's a great question about whether or not, can we talk a little bit about the balance between the defence and the academic side. I'll hand it over to them and I'll counter any deviance from the...
Yes, I would say it is weighted towards the academics more so. But so when you arrive here in your first, when you arrive here in your first year, your first 4 weeks is pure military initial training, and then once you're out of initial training, the calendar is between 7 a.m. till 10 a.m. is pure military training, and then from 10 a.m. through to some classes run until 6 p.m. is your academics. Time after that is usually your own or time devoted to your clubs and your vacations. So that's the general split of military to academics. In addition to that, we have a few field exercises. There's usually one field exercise per year as you go through here. And also for all services actually, in the academic breaks there will be single service training blocks, more so for the Army and also the Air Force, whereas Navy we do have some, but they vary very much per your primary qualification that you'll be going into afterwards, as we already do our Naval Officer course before we join ADFA.
Is that pretty constant for years 1, 2 and 3 that you described today? The activities,
yes, that is consistent between years 1, 2 and 3. Perhaps one of the year 3s would like to add on to that.
I'd say they have brought in new programs recently this year to increase the military training to prepare us more for the future, including more SSTs. But yeah, the amount of SSTs per service per year group does change. So you can't predict when they will be. The Army more so can, but the other services can't always guarantee their leave period because they may bring in impromptu extra training. So it's not always guaranteed, as with anything with the military, but on the most part you can guarantee at least some leave throughout the year, and then a combination of military and academics, yeah.
So single service training, SSTs. I think the balance is really interesting, and it does change from commandant to commandant, and that can be a 2-year cycle. And that's good. I think that's healthy because, again, you get these different ethos that get inculcated again into people. I mean, as you get older, when you get into your 40s, getting into the habit and being accountable for going to the gym helps you a lot. So I'm quite envious, actually, of what's being put in at the moment. And I think, you know, that environment is a really healthy one, and it's not just physical training, but it's also, you know, around the kind of skills you do study in terms of, you know, debating and the kind of many, what do you call them? Golf teams, you know, drama teams, music, all these things are encouraged, you know, so I think it's a great breadth to the kind of time that they have here. Question in the middle.
Hi. Is the payback period per se, like how long you have to stay in the services for, does that vary by your degree or your service area, like Navy, Army, Air Force, etc.?
Yep. So what you're talking to is the return of service timings. So that depends on your job role and your training. As far as the degree, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's always just the length of your degree. So for example, the science degree is 3 years. If I were a direct entry Navy pilot, my return of service would be 11.5 years. If I didn't go to ADFA, it would just be that. Since I've gone to ADFA, you add the 3 years on, so it becomes 14.5 years. And that's all in your COS that you get when you get your letter of offer. For engineers, if anyone was interested in that, I think that changes as well. It might add another year on. You'd have to talk to an engineer about that, but I'm pretty sure it adds another year on. Unless, yeah.
There is also a grace period at ADFA too, which is 2 years. So you have up until the end of second year to discharge if you don't like it. In the Air Force as a pilot candidate, our return of service is 9 years, but it doesn't start till after our pilot training. So.
I guess referred to COS earlier. COS is your conditions of service that you receive upon enlistment. But for specific information for a particular degree and a particular job role, I'd defer that to the DFR stall over at the Adams Auditorium. They'll be very helpful.
Any more questions? I mean, if not, we want to be moving out of here to free up the room for the next tour. But equally, you know, given that we've got a quarter of an hour, it's a good opportunity perhaps if you wanted to chat to the TOs, just to come down and ask them quickly, mindful of perhaps continuing those conversations up the stairs. And thanks to all those that are attending this online and in the spill-out room.
I can do all of the activities that I would like to do in my free time. If you are considering coming to ADFA, it is the perfect place for you to develop yourself as a leader whilst pursuing your own tertiary studies and making the friends of a lifetime. All you need to do is commit, get on top of your paperwork, get fit, and we'll see you for basic training soon.
My name's Officer Cadet Caitlin Crick, and I'm a third-year student here at ADFA studying a Bachelor of Science, majoring in Chemistry and Aviation. I chose to study at ADFA because I've always wanted a university degree, but I also want the opportunity to work for the Air Force and fly. So it gave me a bit of the best of both worlds and a chance to meet a lot of like-minded peers and explore my interests before fully committing to the workforce. Before I came to ADFA, I thought it was going to be a lot more strict, like you have to wake up at the crack of dawn, you have to have your bed ironed. There's elements of that in your initial training, but as you move through and you become a university student, you do start to mirror elements of civilian university life, just with a bit of extra responsibility and expectations placed upon you. University and ADFA are quite different in the regards that you're employed while you're at ADFA, so you're earning salary benefits, and ADFA is also a full-time job as well as university, so you're doing things like joint military education and training, physical training, you're doing single service trainings during the holidays, but you're also getting paid to do it, and you're working a lot more collaboratively because you don't need to compete for your job at the back end. I play for the Viking Soccer Club at ADFA for the girl team, which is called the Vi Queens, and we train on Tuesdays and Thursdays and we play games on Sundays. ADFA offers a wide range of extracurricular activities, from things like chess, performing arts, all the way through to all of your sports like AFL, soccer, hockey, pretty much anything you can name. At ADFA there's also the opportunity to start a new club if you find that there's a gap in the co-curricular activities. If you're doing an arts degree, you're looking at a bit of a shorter timetable with some more readings integrated and tutorials and like open thinking sort of classes. Down your science engineering route, you've got a lot more technical subjects, labs. Your timetable's got more hours but less external work. So it depends on which degree you pursue. As a training officer at ADFA, I will do military briefs during the week and physical training. Once a year, I get to travel to an Air Force base as well and do a bit of training specific with the Air Force for my unit in the future. The balance between the university studies and my military training is actually very easy. The timetable is structured in a way that means you'll do military training in the mornings, almost every morning, and then you'll have your university day, and then you will tend to finish around 4 o'clock to 6 o'clock most days. After hours, I like to play soccer, I like to go out with friends, like hang around in the common room, go out for dinner. It's just a bit of time to unwind and study or spend time with friends or call family. An average day at ADFA for me would look like a roll call around 7 o'clock in the morning. I would get up, get ready, have breakfast. I would usually head to a brief around 8 o'clock. That would go until about 10 o'clock when I would go to uni. I'd have classes with gaps in between. During the gaps, I usually go to the cafe, work out, go to the gym, see my friends, and then I'll finish around 4 o'clock to 6 o'clock at night. And then from there, I'll go to soccer, or I'll go have a bit of an early night, or I'll head out for dinner or do whatever it is that I want to do. My favourite thing about studying at ADFA is the people. It's such a good community of small classes, lovely professors, really lovely military staff. It's just it's like a home away from home. It's like its own city, so I really enjoy it for the people. Here at ADFA, we're sort of like a little town. We have our own hairdresser, our own banks, we have cafes spread throughout the university campus. We have obviously all of the classrooms, our laboratories, our computer labs. We have where we live, our lines or our divisions are situated at the back of the academy, so you can walk from them to the university. We've got 2 major ovals, a gym, a pool, pretty much like you need anything and it will be on campus somewhere. I like studying at ADFA because I'm integrated with my friends throughout my military studies and my university life. I have access to small group classes where I have my tutorial groups will be the same people that I'll do PT with in the morning. It gives me a chance to get to know my professors really well and to get to know my peers while feeling like I'm accomplishing something every day. Both my parents came through at ADFA as army trainees. They actually met towards the back end of my dad's time here, and they ended up getting married, so a bit of a success story there. If you're thinking of coming to ADFA, I would really recommend giving it a go. It's the best thing I ever did. I'm paid to do my degree. I have amazing friends. I've had an opportunity to live away from home a lot younger than a lot of people do nowadays. And your degree is paid for. It's a collaborative environment. It's a really comfortable learning environment, and you're guaranteed a job at the end, so there's no need to worry while you're here.
Here, ready for a tour of ADFA? tour of ADFA?
My name is Officer Cadet Tom Delaney. I'm a second-year trainee officer at the Australian Defence Force Academy studying a Bachelor of Science. Before joining the Defence Force, I wasn't 100% sure about whether or not ADFA was for me. So I conducted the Army Officer Gap Year program in 2022, and I decided that an Army career is exactly what I needed. And after conducting the Gap Year, I decided that ADFA was the best way that I could pursue my own tertiary studies, whilst also setting myself up for a long career in the Australian Army. I think a key misconception that a lot of people have about the Defence Force before joining is that there is a very specific type of person who is suited to military service, and that if you don't fit that mould, you won't perform as well as those who do. So I was nervous before I joined that I didn't fit the mould of someone that was suited to be in the Army. However, during my time at ADFA, I've discovered that that's completely untrue, and that diversity is where a lot of capability of the Defence Force is derived from. So at ADFA, diversity is celebrated, and everyone's varying backgrounds and interests provide enhanced capability for the Defence Force. And the only thing that I have in common with my brothers and sisters next to me is the shared mindset and passion about leading future members of the Defence Force. I chose to join the Army because growing up, I always had the desire to become a part of an organisation that was larger than myself and be able to contribute to a meaningful cause that I knew would have an effect on a large group of people and be able to influence positive change in the world. The key difference between ADFA and any civilian universities is the people and the relationships with those we have around us. For example, at the Australian Defence Force Academy, our neighbours also happen to be our best friends and our colleagues, and by third year they turn into our brothers and sisters. So throughout our time at ADFA, purely because of the adversity we face through our joint training, we build relationships which are unlike anything else you'll experience in the rest of your life, and that is simply something that those at civilian universities won't get to experience. There are dozens of extracurricular activities available. Every week I find out about a new one that's coming up. I personally am involved with the Academy Rugby Club, as well as the Military Skills Club and the Adventure Training Club. Essentially, any hobby or activity that you're passionate about in your everyday life back home, there is the opportunity to conduct that activity at ADFA as well. There's very high emphasis placed on the importance of sport in particular, but also other extracurricular activities. And we have plenty of opportunity to pursue those personal hobbies in our own time. The classes at ADFA are fantastic. So all classes at ADFA are run by staff from the University of New South Wales, Canberra. So the academic staff are of the same calibre that you would find in any other large-scale university. The key difference, however, is that because of ADFA's relatively small size in comparison to other major universities, is that the staff to student ratio is much higher than in any other university that you'll find, which means there is much more appetite for small tutorials and asking questions to deepen your understanding. Military training at ADFA is divided into two key components. The first of these is joint military training, which consists primarily of physical training and also military lectures focused on strategy and personal development, which we are assessed on throughout the year. The second component of military training is single service training, in which you proceed on training blocks with the rest of your service cohort. For example, for Army, during our mid-semester breaks, we'll proceed onto training blocks in the field, which are focused on teaching us individual soldier skills and learning how to fight in the field in order to prepare us for our subsequent officer training. All of this training is conducted having been deconflicted with university staff, so there's no conflict between university and our military training. A typical day at ADFA for me commences at 0700, where myself and the rest of my division will proceed to roll call, and after that everyone will commence their morning routine. For me, I'll go and grab my friends and we'll go to the mess for a morning breakfast, and after that we'll move into our military training from 0800 to 1000, which usually consists of PT or a military lecture. After that time, we'll move over and commence our university studies for the day, in which we have a regular university timetable of classes, and during our time without classes, we're free to conduct our own study or personal training as required. From 1800, most people will move into their sports training for the day, and then head to the mess for an evening dinner before shutting down for the day. At ADFA, we have access to some world-class training facilities of a variety of nature. So the university side has some excellent facilities, including libraries, lecture theatres, laboratories, and everything you can imagine from a regular university. And on the military side of campus, we have sporting fields, golf courses, swimming pools, advanced gyms, as well as shooting facilities and everything else you can imagine. The facilities are outstanding. Living on campus is fantastic, purely due to the increased convenience of having all the critical parts of my life essentially within a 500-metre radius. So I live next door to all of my best friends. I have access to catering facilities, the gym, all of my university facilities, as well as military facilities are within a small radius. Additionally, the base is within close proximity to the city and the heart of the nation in Canberra, which is very exciting, and it means that I can do all of the activities that I would like to do in my free time. If you are considering coming to ADFA, it is the perfect place for you to develop yourself as a leader whilst pursuing your own tertiary studies and making the friends of a lifetime. All you need to do is commit, get on top of your paperwork, get fit, and we'll see you for basic training soon.
My name's Officer Cadet Caitlin Crick, and I'm a third-year student here at ADFA studying a Bachelor of Science, majoring in Chemistry and Aviation. I chose to study at ADFA because I've always wanted a university degree, but I also want the opportunity to work for the Air Force and fly. So it gave me a bit of the best of both worlds and a chance to meet a lot of like-minded peers and explore my interests before fully committing to the workforce. Before I came to ADFA, I thought it was going to be a lot more strict, like you have to wake up at the crack of dawn, you have to have your bed ironed. There's elements of that in your initial training, but as you move through and you become a university student, you do start to mirror elements of civilian university life, just with a bit of extra responsibility and expectations placed upon you. University and ADFA are quite different in the regards that you're employed while you're at ADFA, so you're earning salary benefits, and ADFA is also a full-time job as well as university, so you're doing things like joint military education and training, physical training, you're doing single service trainings during the holidays, but you're also getting paid to do it, and you're working a lot more collaboratively because you don't need to compete for your job at the back end. I play for the Viking Soccer Club at ADFA for the girl team, which is called the Vi Queens, and we train on Tuesdays and Thursdays and we play games on Sundays. ADFA offers a wide range of extracurricular activities, from things like chess, performing arts, all the way through to all of your sports like AFL, soccer, hockey, pretty much anything you can name. And ADFA, there's also the opportunity to start a new club if you find that there's a gap in the co-curricular activities. If you're doing an arts degree, you're looking at a bit of a shorter timetable with some more readings integrated and tutorials and like open thinking sort of classes. Down your science engineering route, you've got a lot more technical subjects, labs. Your timetable's got more hours but less external work. So it depends on which degree you pursue. As a training officer at ADFA, I will do military briefs during the week and physical training. Once a year, I get to travel to an Air Force base as well and do a bit of training specific with the Air Force for my unit in the future. The balance between the university studies and my military training is actually very easy. The timetable is structured in a way that means you'll do military training in the mornings, almost every morning, and then you'll have your university day, and then you will tend to finish around 4 o'clock to 6 o'clock most days. After hours, I like to play soccer, I like to go out with friends, like hang around in the common room, go out for dinner. It's just a bit of time to unwind and study or spend time with friends or call family. An average day at ADFA for me would look like a roll call around 7 o'clock in the morning. I would get up, get ready, have breakfast. I would usually head to a brief around 8 o'clock. That would go until about 10 o'clock when I would go to uni. I'd have classes with gaps in between. During the gaps, I usually go to the cafe, work out, go to the gym, see my friends, and then I'll finish around 4 o'clock to 6 o'clock at night. And then from there, I'll go to soccer, or I'll go have a bit of an early night, or I'll head out for dinner or do whatever it is that I want to do. My favourite thing about studying at ADFA is the people. It's such a good community of small classes, lovely professors, really lovely military staff. It's just it's like a home away from home. It's like its own city, so I really enjoy it for the people. Here at ADFA, we're sort of like a little town. We have our own hairdresser, our own banks, we have cafes spread throughout the university campus. We have obviously all of the classrooms, our laboratories, our computer labs. We have where we live, our lines or our divisions are situated at the back of the academy, so you can walk from them to the university. We've got 2 major ovals, a gym, a pool, pretty much like you need anything and it will be on campus somewhere. I like studying at ADFA because I'm integrated with my friends throughout my military studies and my university life. I have access to small group classes where I have my tutorial groups will be the same people that I'll do PT with in the morning. It gives me a chance to get to know my professors really well and to get to know my peers while feeling like I'm accomplishing something every day. Both my parents came through ADFA as army trainees. They actually met towards the back end of my dad's time here, and they ended up getting married, so a bit of a success story there. If you're thinking of coming to ADFA, I would really recommend giving it a go. It's the best thing I ever did. I'm paid to do my degree. I have amazing friends. I've had an opportunity to live away from home a lot younger than a lot of people do nowadays. And your degree is paid for. It's a collaborative environment. It's a really comfortable learning environment, and you're guaranteed a job at the end, so there's no need to worry while you're here.
Kali here, ready for a tour of ADFA? Here, ready for a tour of ADFA?
My name is Officer Cadet Tom Delaney. I'm a second-year trainee officer at the Australian Defence Force Academy studying a Bachelor of Science. Before joining the Defence Force, I wasn't 100% sure about whether or not ADFA was for me. So I conducted the Army Officer Gap Year program in 2022, and I decided that an Army career is exactly what I needed. And after conducting the gap year, I decided that ADFA was the best way that I could pursue my own tertiary studies, whilst also setting myself up for a long career in the Australian Army. I think a key misconception that a lot of people have about the Defence Force before joining is that there is a very specific type of person who is suited to military service, and that if you don't fit that mould, you won't perform as well as those who do. So I was nervous before I joined that I didn't fit the mould of someone that was suited to be in the Army. However, during my time at ADFA, I've discovered that that's completely untrue, and that diversity is where a lot of capability of the Defence Force is derived from. So at ADFA, diversity is celebrated, and everyone's varying backgrounds and interests provide enhanced capability for the Defence Force. And the only thing that I have in common with my brothers and sisters next to me is the shared mindset and passion about leading future members of the Defence Force. I chose to join the Army because growing up, I always had the desire to become a part of an organisation that was larger than myself and be able to contribute to a meaningful cause that I knew would have an effect on a large group of people and be able to influence positive change in the world. The key difference between ADFA and any civilian universities is the people and the relationships with those we have around us. For example, at the Australian Defence Force Academy, our neighbours also happen to be our best friends and our colleagues, and by third year they turn into our brothers and sisters. So throughout our time at ADFA, purely because of the adversity we face through our joint training, we build relationships which are unlike anything else you'll experience in the rest of your life, and that is simply something that those at civilian universities won't get to experience. There are dozens of extracurricular activities available. Every week I find out about a new one that's coming up. I personally am involved with the Academy Rugby Club, as well as the Military Skills Club and the Adventure Training Club. Essentially any hobby or activity that you're passionate about in your everyday life back home, there is the opportunity to conduct that activity at ADFA as well. There's very high emphasis placed on the importance of sport in particular, but also other extracurricular activities. And we have plenty of opportunity to pursue those personal hobbies in our own time. The classes at ADFA are fantastic. So all classes at ADFA are run by staff from the University of New South Wales, Canberra. So the academic staff are of the same calibre that you would find in any other large-scale university. The key difference, however, is that because of ADFA's relatively small size in comparison to other major universities, is that the staff to student ratio is much higher than in any other university that you'll find, which means there is much more appetite for small tutorials and asking questions to deepen your understanding. Military training at ADFA is divided into two key components. The first of these is joint military training, which consists primarily of physical training and also military lectures focused on strategy and personal development, which we are assessed on throughout the year. The second component of military training is single service training, in which you proceed on training blocks with the rest of your service cohort. For example, for Army, during our mid-semester breaks, we'll proceed onto training blocks in the field, which are focused on teaching us individual soldier skills and learning how to fight in the field in order to prepare us for our subsequent officer training. All of this training is conducted having been deconflicted with university staff, so there's no conflict between university and our military training. A typical day at ADFA for me commences at 0700, where myself and the rest of my division will proceed to roll call, and after that everyone will commence their morning routine. For me, I'll go and grab my friends and we'll go to the mess for a morning breakfast, and after that we'll move into our military training from 0800 to 1000, which usually consists of PT or a military lecture. After that time, we'll move over and commence our university studies for the day, in which we have a regular university timetable of classes, and during our time without classes, we're free to conduct our own study or personal training as required. From 1800, most people will move into their sports training for the day, and then head to the mess for an evening dinner before shutting down for the day. At ADFA, we have access to some world-class training facilities of a variety of nature. So the university side has some excellent facilities, including libraries, lecture theatres, laboratories. and everything you can imagine from a regular university. And on the military side of campus, we have sporting fields, golf courses, swimming pools, advanced gyms, as well as shooting facilities and everything else you can imagine. The facilities are outstanding. Living on campus is fantastic, purely due to the increased convenience of having all the critical parts of my life essentially within a 500-metre radius. So I live next door to all of my best friends. I have access to catering facilities, the gym, all of my university facilities, as well as military facilities are within a small radius. Additionally, the base is within close proximity to the city and the heart of the nation in Canberra, which is very exciting, and it means that I can do all of the activities that I would like to do in my free time. If you are considering coming to ADFA, it is the perfect place for you to develop yourself as a leader whilst pursuing your own tertiary studies and making the friends of a lifetime. All you need to do is commit, get on top of your paperwork, get fit, and we'll see you for basic training soon.
My name's Officer Cadet Caitlin Crick, and I'm a third-year student here at ADFA studying a Bachelor of Science, majoring in Chemistry and Aviation. I chose to study at ADFA because I've always wanted a university degree, but I also want the opportunity to work for the Air Force and fly. So it gave me a bit of the best of both worlds and a chance to meet a lot of like-minded peers and explore my interests before fully committing to the workforce. Before I came to ADFA, I thought it was going to be a lot more strict, like you have to wake up at the crack of dawn, you have to have your bed ironed. There's elements of that in your initial training, but as you move through and you become a university student, you do start to mirror elements of civilian university life, just with a bit of extra responsibility and expectations placed upon you. University and ADFA are quite different in the regards that you're employed while you're at ADFA, so you're earning salary benefits, and ADFA is also a full-time job as well as university, so you're doing things like joint military education and training, physical training, you're doing single service trainings during the holidays, but you're also getting paid to do it, and you're working a lot more collaboratively because you don't need to compete for your job at the back end. I play for the Viking Soccer Club at ADFA for the girl team, which is called the Vi Queens, and we train on Tuesdays and Thursdays and we play games on Sundays. ADFA offers a wide range of extracurricular activities, from things like chess, performing arts, all the way through to all of your sports like AFL, soccer, hockey, pretty much anything you can name. And then there's also the opportunity to start a new club if you find that there's a gap in the co-curricular activities. If you're doing an arts degree, you're looking at a bit of a shorter timetable with some more readings integrated and tutorials and like open thinking sort of classes. Down your science engineering route, you've got a lot more technical subjects, labs. Your timetable's got more hours but less external work. So it depends on which degree you pursue. As a training officer at ADFA, I will do military briefs during the week and physical training. Once a year, I get to travel to an Air Force base as well and do a bit of training specific with the Air Force for my unit in the future. The balance between the university studies and my military training is actually very easy. The timetable is structured in a way that means you'll do military training in the mornings, almost every morning, and then you'll have your university day, and then you will tend to finish around 4 o'clock to 6 o'clock most days. After hours, I like to play soccer, I like to go out with friends, like hang around in the common room, go out for dinner. It's just a bit of time to unwind and study or spend time with friends or call family. An average day at ADFA for me would look like a roll call around 7 o'clock in the morning. I would get up, get ready, have breakfast. I would usually head to a brief around 8 o'clock. That would go until about 10 o'clock when I would go to uni. I'd have classes with gaps in between. During the gaps, I usually go to the cafe, work out, go to the gym, see my friends, and then I'll finish around 4 o'clock to 6 o'clock at night. And then from there, I'll go to soccer, or I'll go have a bit of an early night, or I'll head out for dinner or do whatever it is that I want to do. My favourite thing about studying at ADFA is the people. It's such a good community of small classes, lovely professors, really lovely military staff. it's just it's like a home away from home. It's like its own city. So I really enjoy it for the people. Here at ADFA, we're sort of like a little town. We have our own hairdresser, our own banks, we have cafes spread throughout the university campus. We have obviously all of the classrooms, our laboratories, our computer labs. We have where we live, our lines or our divisions are situated at the back of the academy, so you can walk from them to the university. We've got 2 major ovals, a gym, a pool, pretty much like you need anything and it will be on campus somewhere. I like studying at ADFA because I'm integrated with my friends throughout my military studies and my university life. I have access to small group classes where I have my tutorial groups will be the same people that I'll do PT with in the morning. Gives me a chance to get to know my professors really well and to get to know my peers while feeling like I'm accomplishing something every day. Both my parents came through ADFA as army trainees. They actually met towards the back end of my dad's time here and they ended up getting married, so a bit of a success story there. If you're thinking of coming to ADFA, I would really recommend giving it a go. It's the best thing I ever did. I'm paid to do my degree. I have amazing friends. I've had an opportunity to live away from home a lot younger than a lot of people do nowadays. And your degree is paid for. It's a collaborative environment. It's a really comfortable learning environment and you're guaranteed a job at the end, so there's no need to worry while you're here.
Here, ready for a tour of ADFA? Here, ready for a tour of ADFA?
My name is Officer Cadet Tom Delaney. I'm a second year trainee officer at the Australian Defence Force Academy studying a Bachelor of Science. Before joining the Defence Force, I wasn't 100% sure about whether or not ADFA was for me. So I conducted the Army Officer Gap Year program in 2022, and I decided that an Army career is exactly what I needed. And after conducting the gap year, I decided that ADFA was the best way that I could pursue my own tertiary studies, whilst also setting myself up for a long career in the Australian Army. I think a key misconception that a lot of people have about the Defence Force before joining is that there is a very specific type of person who is suited to military service, and that if you don't fit that mould, you won't perform as well as those who do. So I was nervous before I joined that I didn't fit the mould of someone that was suited to be in the Army. However, during my time at ADFA, I've discovered that that's completely untrue, and that diversity is where a lot of capability of the Defence Force is derived from. So at ADFA, diversity is celebrated, and everyone's varying backgrounds and interests provide enhanced capability for the Defence Force. And the only thing that I have in common with my brothers and sisters next to me is the shared mindset and passion about leading future members of the Defence Force. I chose to join the Army because growing up, I always had the desire to become a part of an organisation that was larger than myself and be able to contribute to a meaningful cause that I knew would have an effect on a large group of people and be able to influence positive change in the world. The key difference between ADFA and any civilian universities is the people and the relationships with those we have around us. For example, at the Australian Defence Force Academy, our neighbours also happen to be our best friends and our colleagues, and by third year they turn into our brothers and sisters. So throughout our time at ADFA, purely because of the adversity we face through our joint training, we build relationships which are unlike anything else you'll experience in the rest of your life, and that is simply something that those at civilian universities won't get to experience. There are dozens of extracurricular activities available. Every week I find out about a new one that's coming up. I personally am involved with the Academy Rugby Club, as well as the Military Skills Club and the Adventure Training Club. Essentially, any hobby or activity that you're passionate about in your everyday life back home, there is the opportunity to conduct that activity at ADFA as well. There's very high emphasis placed on the importance of sport in particular, but also other extracurricular activities. And we have plenty of opportunity to pursue those personal hobbies in our own time. The classes at ADFA are fantastic. So all classes at ADFA are run by staff from the University of New South Wales, Canberra. So the academic staff are of the same calibre that you would find in any other large-scale university. The key difference, however, is that because of ADFA's relatively small size in comparison to other major universities, is that the staff to student ratio is much higher than in any other university that you'll find, which means there is much more appetite for small tutorials and asking questions to deepen your understanding. Military training at ADFA is divided into two key components. The first of these is joint military training, which consists primarily of physical training and also military lectures focused on strategy and personal development, which we are assessed on throughout the year. The second component of military training is single service training, in which you proceed on training blocks with the rest of your service cohort. For example, for Army, during our mid-semester breaks, we'll proceed onto training blocks in the field, which are focused on teaching us individual soldier skills and learning how to fight in the field in order to prepare us for our subsequent officer training. All of this training is conducted having been deconflicted with university staff, so there's no conflict between university and our military training. A typical day at ADFA for me commences at 0700, where myself and the rest of my division will proceed to roll call, and after that everyone will commence their morning routine. For me, I'll go and grab my friends and we'll go to the mess for a morning breakfast, and after that we'll move into our military training from 0800 to 1000, which usually consists of PT or a military lecture. After that time, we'll move over and commence our university studies for the day, in which we have a regular university timetable of classes, and during our time without classes, we're free to conduct our own study or personal training as required. From 1800, most people will move into their sports training for the day, and then head to the mess for an evening dinner before shutting down for the day. At ADFA, we have access to some world-class training facilities of a variety of nature. So the university side has some excellent facilities, including libraries, lecture theatres, laboratories, and everything you can imagine from a regular university. And on the military side of campus, we have sporting fields, golf courses, swimming pools, advanced gyms, as well as shooting facilities and everything else you can imagine. The facilities are outstanding. Living on campus is fantastic, purely due to the increased convenience of having all the critical parts of my life essentially within a 500-metre radius. So I live next door to all of my best friends. I have access to catering facilities, the gym, all of my university facilities, as well as military facilities are within a small radius. Additionally, the base is within close proximity to the city and the heart of the nation in Canberra, which is very exciting, and it means that I can do all of the activities that I would like to do in my free time. If you are considering coming to ADFA, it is the perfect place for you to develop yourself as a leader whilst pursuing your own tertiary studies and making the friends of a lifetime. All you need to do is commit, get on top of your paperwork, get fit, and we'll see you for basic training soon.
My name's Officer Cadet Caitlin Crick, and I'm a third-year student here at ADFA studying a Bachelor of Science, majoring in Chemistry and Aviation. I chose to study at ADFA because I've always wanted a university degree, but I also want the opportunity to work for the Air Force and fly. So it gave me a bit of the best of
little mini word cloud, and let's see if we hit on any of them, right? This is not all-inclusive. It is not fully expansive. It's just a little snippet of some of the words that may be used to describe what engineers are trying to achieve, right? So hopefully you're starting to say, yeah, that's it. Or, ooh, I didn't know we get to do that. That's exciting. So I gave myself the task, I guess it was last year that I was first putting this slide together, to try to come up with a sentence that was meaningful for me, which is to say, with my little biased, blinkers on, about what I thought described what engineers do. And this is what I came up with. So engineers apply science. In the Canadian context, which if you can't tell from my accent, that's my background, I came from Canada, we actually refer to the faculties of engineering, or many of the faculties of engineering are actually referred to as the faculties of applied science. Right? This is where we start. We take the maths and the physics and the chemistry and we use it as a tool. Right? It is just a building block that we apply to do what we need to do with it. Right? So we're applied scientists. And we do that to try to find solutions to the challenges and opportunities that society has put in front of us, typically through technological solutions or system solutions and other ways to deliver a path forward to a better place. Right? So that's what I came up with. I absolutely guarantee you it is flawed. It's what I could come up with. But it's something that can start a conversation and get you thinking about whether this is starting to resonate with you. So we have to put it all into the context. So society and Engineers Australia, if you read any of their documentation and everything else, we need our engineers to function within the context of a responsible society. Okay? Ethically, we're considering the impact of what they do. All of those things have to roll into it. And so give that context its due. We need you to be broad-minded. We need you to be open-minded, even as we give you the tools to do the specifics that you need to do your job. So this slide also gives us the pathway, probably the generic pathway that most people will follow in their life if they want to be an engineer. So you're in school, in secondary school, and you're probably definitely above average when it comes to maths and sciences, right? If not excelling at maths and sciences. And that is a great place to be. And then you had the question, well, what do I do with that? What pathway can I find that is going to allow me to achieve my personal ambitions in my life with the talents and aptitudes that I have? So then we have the university level. So you've decided to give engineering a try. So here at the School of Engineering and Technology, this lists the undergraduate programs that we offer. And you can see that we have a broad swath of engineering offerings. We cover off most of the key or main engineering disciplines, but not all. And then from here, having built up your competence in the field, you can go on defense, industry, government. It really doesn't matter at that point in time. There is almost no corner of society that is not relying on the skill set that you will get studying engineering as an undergraduate. Beautiful, sustainable, achievable, but not without its challenges. Should you be an engineer? I mean, ultimately, that's the question you're trying to maybe not answer today, but get a feel for. And I would say that if harnessing technology to provide functional, real-world solutions to society's challenges or opportunities, then just perhaps this is the right place. So imagine your future with a degree of engineering from UNSW Canberra. What does that mean to you? You note that the slide faded from one reality to another, as you will see when our students stand up and start answering your questions. And I'm a firm believer that the professional skills that you acquire as part of your defense exposure here at ADFA, leadership, management, communications, enhance what we will also give you in those fields as an engineer, and the duality of that experience in world-class engineering along with the military leadership training and exposure is an incredible development period that can prepare you for whatever success you want to achieve in the future. It puts you in the driver's seat so that you can figure out your path and go and get it. So, what do? We're starting to nail it down, a few ideas. How do we shape the future? Well, we do it through that innovation space. How do we use our creativity and applying science to make society better? Well, a few ways. We improve efficiency, right? You have a process, can be better. Technology can make it better. You can enhance the performance, get more power out of your motors, your engines, without necessarily making them bigger. You can decrease the cost, right? Better design of process and manufacturing process, advanced manufacturing, big part of what we do here at the school. How can we make it more efficient? Ultimately maintaining the competitive edge. Boosting sustainability, because it's not good enough just to solve the problem for today. We have to be taking care of everything for tomorrow. And that has resonated through Engineers Australia and everything that we expect of all of the engineers that we graduate. And also make it reliable. So when I was looking at this slide coming in here today, and it brought me back to the news. And we've been listening to the news and the public discourse here in Australia in the last year about the productivity challenges that the Australian society is facing. The biggest contributor to the pathway out of that problem is through innovation and engineering and higher education to solve those challenges. And this slide, when I look at here, how many of these things contribute to a more productive capability? Very timely. Ultimately, through the application of science, we are hopefully making the seemingly impossible possible. Huge claim, right? You're going, oh, that's a big claim. Throw yourself back 100 years, right? Just imagine the time period of your grandparents or great-grandparents, depending on how old you are, and what they would think if they could just get a glimpse of the technologies of today without having lived through that evolution that brought them about. The one thing that I want to get you excited about is that 100 years from now, it will be the same thing. The story will still exist. The innovations that you as future engineers will bring to society will seem like magic if we could just see it now. We are not done the path on technological advancement by any stretch of the imagination. Structural engineers, tallest of skyscrapers. Mechanical engineers, the smallest of machines. It really doesn't matter where you find your little niche within the family. We are hopefully contributing to society's happiness, health, and safety. So that was all big and heady, right? Big picture. Hopefully got you a little excited. Is anybody a little bit going, oh, I want a piece of that? Maybe. Now we get down to the, having to make it work. Let's face it, in the end, you want to have a job. You want to have a job, and you would like to know that you're going to enjoy that job and get paid reasonably okay for it. So the latest data on engineering profession here in Australia, and I'm not going to read it to you, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to interpret it for you. So when I read this, what I got was, we need more engineers. And then I read the next couple lines and it said, we need even more engineers. And that's not going to change anytime soon. In the most recent report that they put out, there is a plea to the Commonwealth Government to increase the number of supported positions at universities in Australia for more engineers to meet the demand that we're falling behind on moving forward. It is a good time to become an engineer. And then we have this, strong employment outcomes. That's good HR talk for you like your job. It's a fun job. It's interesting. It's challenging. It will give you meaning and will compensate you reasonably well for it. So get to pay the mortgage, get to have food, get to have a job. And I will close my comments here with the fact that whatever you do, the skills that we will give you, the attributes that we will grow in you as educators, will set you up for whatever path you want after that. Even if you decide never to do a design job in the future, the problem-solving skills, the ability to analyze and be critical, those skills set you up for success in just about any path that you might choose. So very transferable, really believe in that. And with that, I think we've had enough of the big picture, and I'm going to ask Netta to come on over, and she's going to walk us through the pathways and the programs.
Thank you, Pat, and hi, everyone. I hope that by this point in the presentation, you are feeling even more inspired and confident about pursuing an engineering program. In this part of the presentation, I'm going to walk you through the engineering programs that we offer and basically provide you with more detailed information about each one of these, one of our engineering programs. Whether you have an interest in designing aircraft or becoming aircrew, including pilots, you're interested in designing bridges and infrastructure, advancing electrical and electronic systems, building machines and manufacturing, or designing marine vehicles, we have a program for you. At UNSW Canberra's School of Engineering and Technology, we offer 6 undergraduate programs, 5 undergraduate engineering honors programs in aeronautical engineering, civil engineering, electrical engineering, mechanical engineering, and naval architecture, and a Bachelor of Technology program in aeronautical engineering. All of these programs are delivered face-to-face on this campus. The engineering honors programs are 4-year programs, and the Bachelor of Technology program is a 3-year program. All of these programs, including the Bachelor of Engineering Honours and the Bachelor of Technology programs, are accredited by Engineers Australia. So it means that you will be graduating from one of the Australia's top universities, in fact, #1 in engineering, and you also will get a degree which is accredited by Engineers Australia, and you can immediately start working as an accredited engineer in Australia and many other parts of the world. Okay? There's an integrated work experience component that we have in our degrees. I'm going to talk about this a bit later. And we offer, our calendar is a semester calendar. We have 2 semesters and an optional summer term. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is that I'm basically going to talk you through the general structure of our engineering program. So, go into details for each one of our programs. I just give you the high level, kind of information about the general structure of our engineering program, and then I'll use each one of, our programs to talk more specifically about the unique aspects of our engineering programs. Okay, so just have a 4-year degree here, an undergraduate engineering program structure, and the first year of the program, and to some extent the second year, they're really heavy on the foundational knowledge courses. These are the engineering maths 1A, 1B, 2A, 2B, engineering physics courses, introduction to programming, computational problem solving courses, and they basically provide you with the base knowledge that you would need for your engineering education. Okay, in the second year and mainly in the 3rd year of the program, you'll be learning about the core of the engineering theory and fundamental concepts that are, they form the base of that specific engineering degree or engineering program that you're studying. And also there'll be some design courses as well added to that. You'll be doing design courses throughout your degree, but more specifically in the 4th year, in the final year of your program, program, you do a year-long design course. That I will talk about that as well a bit more later. Towards the end, usually in the last semester of third year or in the fourth year, some options, some choices will be added to your program. This is what we refer to as technical electives. So this is basically from a range of technical options or courses that are related to your field of study. You can choose the one that you're more interested in, have personal interests or is more related to your future career goals. And all of the UNSW Canberra students, regardless of the degree that they are studying, they have to do the Introduction to Cybersecurity course and 2 general education courses. And these general education courses usually from outside the engineering field to kind of broaden your knowledge in various fields. It might be humanities, social sciences, or business courses. They might have a little bit of military flavor. For example, it might be military ethics or strategic studies or courses on leadership and management. And then all of our engineering programs, which are a 4-year program, they are honors program. They have an honors component in the 4th year of the program, which is a year-long research projects that our students do as part of their degrees. Okay, so this is a general structure. The specifics vary program by program. I'm going to basically use our different programs to talk about those specific and unique aspects of our engineering programs. So the first program that I have here is the civil engineering program. So civil engineering is about planning, designing, and construction and management of civil facilities of all types. It might be buildings, it might be roads, airports, water supply, water storage, bridges, and so on and so forth. What I wanted to actually highlight here is the very specialized core of the program, the engineering programs that we offer here at UNSW Canberra. I think it's pretty much as specialized as it can get at the undergraduate level for any engineering program. I've highlighted the courses. You see the red box and red font. So Introduction to Civil Engineering, the first year, civil engineering materials, hydraulic engineering, soil mechanics, geotechnical design, structural analysis, transportation engineering, design of steel and timber, design of concrete, foundation pavement engineering. So you see that the core of the program is really specialized. And this is not just unique to civil engineering. All of our engineering program have got this specialized core, which is, I think, a very unique aspect of our engineering programs. The next program I have here is the aeronautical engineering program. Aeronautical engineering is about design, development, manufacturing, maintenance of machines or vehicles that operate in the air atmosphere or outside the air atmosphere, beyond it in the space. So basically any vehicle, any machine that can fly in the atmosphere or outside the atmosphere is kind of covered in this as part of this degree. And what I want to actually talk about here and highlight is the engineering work experience component of our engineering programs. All of our engineering honors program have 60 days of engineering work experience requirement that's integrated into the program. This is a requirement by Engineers Australia. Our programs are accredited programs, so all of our students should complete these 60 days of engineering work experience. And this is a really great opportunity for our students to basically see how what they've learned, the theory, the courses, the things that they've learned in their courses and throughout the degree is applied in practice to solve real-world engineering problems or engineering projects. Usually our students do this over summer, summer of 2nd year going to 3rd year and 3rd year going to 4th year. Lots of opportunities are available to our students. We advertise these opportunities. This is within defense, with defense industries, government, or even private industries. So this is this one. Now that we are talking about aeronautical engineering, I also want to talk to you about the Bachelor of Technology in Aeronautical Engineering that we offer. So Bachelor of Technology is a 3-year program. Pretty much it's the first 3 years of the Bachelor of Engineering honors program. There are slight changes, slight differences between the two programs, but this program is designed for those who want to become aircrew or pilot, but they still want to have that strong technical foundation in aeronautical engineering. Okay. They also, this one is also an accredited program. Our students need to do work experience, but the work experience requirement for this program is 40 days. Our students usually just do it in the summer that they're going from the 2nd year to the 3rd year. Okay, next program I have here is the electrical engineering program. So electrical engineering is about design, build, maintenance, manufacturing of electrical, electronics, power, control, and communication systems. What I want to highlight here with this program is the technical electives, the range of options that are available to our students in terms of technical electives. So the technical electives are those, courses toward the ends that are added to program to give some flexibility to a student to choose, the course that they're more interested, the topics they're more interested in, or it's more aligned to their future goal or the role that they will be doing in their defense jobs. Some of the options that we have available to our electrical engineering students are radar techniques and application, smart grid and renewable energy, satellite communications, electrical and mechanical plant, cryptography, nuclear propulsion, computer languages and algorithms, space mission design, robotics and autonomous systems courses, introduction to AI, machine learning, deep learning, and these are just the ones that are most popular. We have some other courses that are available as well. So this is not unique to electrical engineering. This is pretty much in all of our programs. Students would have access to a broad range of technical elective courses to choose from. Okay. This program, the next program is mechanical engineering. So mechanical engineering is about design, manufacturing, maintenance of machines, all types of machines that we use in our everyday life. And what I want to talk about here is basically those engineering, design, and practice courses that we have in all of our programs. So all of our programs, we talk about the core of the program. Those core courses, they all have labs and workshops and hands-on activities that are integrated into the course. In addition to that, on top of that, we have these design courses as well, where students will be working on designing and building projects, engineering projects, individually or as part of the teams, and they do it throughout the degree, different year levels. They have design courses, but they also do a year-long capstone design project in the 4th year of their program in all of our programs. Our students have been really active. They've done really good projects. They regularly participate in the national and international competition. UNSW Canberra, our school, have been participating in the international Warman competition for over 20 years. We have won several podium places, first place, second place, and other podium places. Our students have just in March participated in the International Australian Rover Challenge. That was the Robotics and Autonomous Systems team. They won the Best New Team Award, second award for prizes, third Australian University Award. So our teams our students are very active, and this is just a photo collection of some of the projects that our students have done over the last couple of semesters. Okay, the last program that we have here is the Naval Architecture program. So Naval Architecture is about building, designing, maintenance of all types of ships and marine vehicles. So any machine that go in the water or on the water is covered under this program. And what I want to actually talk about in using this program is the honors thesis component of the engineering degrees. So all of our engineering degrees are honors programs. So basically our students in the 4th year of their degree, they do a year-long research project, and they work one-on-one with academic supervisor. This is basically to develop, problem-solving, critical thinking, analytical skills, communication, leadership, project management skills that are going to be essential for their engineering career. We have a broad range of state-of-the-art facilities, labs, and workshops. The students work in those workshops and labs under supervision of our academics. And this is basically just a list of some of the thesis panels that we have this year in our school. So you can see our students are working on cutting-edge research areas like hypersonics, impact dynamic, infrastructure, composite, mechanical design, AI, space engineering, photonics, quantum control, just to name a few. And then last part of the undergraduate this part of the presentation is about the undergraduate study profile, a student profile. So our as I mentioned, our calendar is a semester calendar. We have 2 semesters. Semester 1 usually from February to June, semester 2 from July to November, and then we have an optional summer term. Summer term is usually for engineering students, is where they go and do engineering work experience. Most of our students basically doing full load in semester 1 and semester 2. And when I say full load, full study load, is basically 4 courses. Each course is like 6 units of credit. 24 units of credit is a full study load. And in terms of the hours of workload for the full-time study is just imagine in engineering courses, students are attending lectures, tutorial labs, and workshops. They'll be spending about 3 to 5 hours in class, and then maybe another 2, 3, 4 hours outside the class for to study and to do their assessments or prepare their homework or assignments. So if you do the math, that's about 150 hours per semester, per course, 600 hours if they're doing 4 courses. And if you just do the math, that's pretty much about 30-something hours per week. So that's why it's called the full-time study load. And this is for an average student to get an average mark. So in terms of employment, Pat has already talked about it. I'm not going to basically go through the details here, but I'll just say that, the options are limitless. Lots of options are available in all of the services for engineering graduates. A lot of the skills that they learn, our students learn, is also transferable skills. They might end up leading engineering projects or managing engineering projects, and in defense or outside defense. So the focus of today's presentation is undergraduate education, but if you're interested, for parents, if you're interested, we also offer different master's programs. These are postgraduate programs: Master of Space Engineering, Space Operation, Explosive Ordnance, Project Management, Capability Management, and we also offer a PhD program and professional doctorate programs within the school. Okay, now the most important part: how to apply to UNSW Canberra. So the application is to UNSW Canberra is a dual, basically application process. You need to engage with Defence Force recruiting, and also you need to go through the university admission process. Okay, so I encourage you to talk with Defence Force recruiting. They are here on campus today. Usually that is a longer process. We encourage students to engage with them as early as possible, maybe year 10, 11, and talk with them. They hopefully you get an offer, job offer from them, but you also need to go through the university UAC system and apply to UNSW Canberra programs that you want to study, you're interested in study. Hopefully you get an offer from ADF, you accept that offer, you get an offer from UNSW Canberra, you accept that offer, and we welcome you here at UNSW Canberra School of Engineering and Technology. In terms of the entry requirements, the 2025 lowest selection rank for defense places has been 85 plus defense selection that you need to go through. And the selection rank, I'm sure you're familiar with, but basically that's your raw ATAR plus some adjustment factors. So these are the bonus points that you can get on top of your ATAR. And you get the bonus points basically based on the courses that you've done in your year 12. If you do well in courses that are relevant to the degree that you're applying for, you get bonus points. And you can check what those bonus points are. You can get up to 10 bonus points, okay, on top of your ATAR. If you're an elite athlete, you can get bonus points. If you do music at the elite level, you can get bonus points for that. Please check. I can see some of you have got this undergraduate study guide. Please grab one of these from our information desks and check the bonus points, the ones that might be applicable to you. And with this one, I just hand over to Pat again.
Thanks, Nana. That was great. So you're thinking maybe you want to be an engineer. You've found a program or programs that have kind of got your attention and you're looking at it. So we come down to what do we have to offer here in the school to you that this is specifically a really good choice for location to pursue engineering education. So what's great about our programs? So before I advance to the bullets, I'm going to talk to the tagline a little bit, the benefits of a world-class university with all the advantages of a small campus. World-class university, they're typically big, and ours is big, but we're on a small campus within that big university. So we have a world-class university. You get all the advantages that that implies, but then you have the personal attention that comes with being on a small campus. And that doesn't exist in many places. So specifically, we have the best student to teacher ratio in Australia. That's the small. That's one of the benefits. You get to know your professors, your tutors. They get to know you. They get to know your name. They get to invest and care about your personal development as you go through this process. The big. We are a big world-class university, currently sitting number 20 in the world according to the QS rankings. We were number 19 for the 2 years preceding this one. That's a good, strong track record. We're quite proud of it. 7th in the world for the impact under the Times Higher Education scale. 1st in Australia by the QS World University Rankings by subject for engineering. So that's particularly important to us here. We're really happy with that. And voted Australia's most entrepreneurial university for our support in the innovation space and everything else, which again ties into the way we approach engineering. Very happy with that. So back to the small. What are the advantages, right? So accessible engineering teams and clubs. So we see a few of our clubs in the images that are sitting along the bottom. All of those clubs exist, you know, in Sydney and other big universities. But you're going to have to compete with your 10,000 best friends to try to find a spot on that team. And that doesn't guarantee you success. If you haven't been down to see the RAS team, they're down in South Adams set up today. They were voted top team in the Rover Challenge, top new team in the Rover Challenge in Adelaide this year, number 3 in Australia, and well ahead of our counterparts from the Sydney team. So yeah, we're quite proud of what they've achieved. You can see actually that's their robot down on the left competing this year. And it's on display. So if you haven't been down to talk to them, they're a great place to talk about, because it's about bringing the various disciplines of engineering together into a working product. And because we're a world-class university, you get all of the supports that you would expect in a big, thriving university, whether they're academic supports and maths and sciences or well-being supports. We're here to help you manage the challenges that you would inevitably have to face as you pursue your undergraduate degree. Prestigious group of 8. So UNSW is a member of the prestigious group of 8 universities in Australia, which is to say that we are research intensive. All of our academics are pursuing world-cutting, world-class research to have impact on society. And you'll get to have a piece of it. They will use that, they will infuse their educational offerings with that awareness and knowledge. And when you get into your honors thesis, you'll have an opportunity to participate in it and have a little piece of it and make a small contribution. With world-class research comes world-class facilities. Netta referred to them. This is just a snippet of some of the more than 100 educational and research labs that we have here in the school. And they are truly world-class, well-equipped, well-staffed, here to serve you and to help you become a better hands-on engineer, because we do have a hands-on engineering approach to our education. How about Canberra as a location? Personally, as a displaced Canadian, I love it here. You know, a couple hours away from Sydney, which is easy reach. You've got the beaches not too far away, a couple hours down to the east. You can even go south to the Snowy Mountains and get some, okay skiing in. Got to be careful not to scratch all my skis up. But it's a fun place. It actually really is this really interesting, vibrant hub with a lot of stuff going on around it with the Commonwealth government and everything else going on. And so I think it's a great location. So over in the graph, we're actually showing the top cities by quality of life as per the Oxford Economics presentation. And this is the 2023 results, where I can highlight Canberra as number 2. And so just in recognizing yesterday, I go, oh, I didn't update the results. I wonder how we did. Hopefully I'm not giving them bad information. And so I went and checked to see the current results, and we have now displaced Grenoble and are sitting as the #1 city in the world, according to Oxford Economics, for quality of life. So I think Canberra has a lot to offer as a place to study. I'll close this session before we go on to the question period with just a little plug for Yowie. So Yowie is an outreach program that we offer here at the school in conjunction with our faculty partners to try to help encourage young women who are interested in or have aptitude for a career in engineering to give it a thought, right? Engineering is underrepresented. The demographic is such that we are underrepresented for women in engineering, and we want to do everything we can to make sure that those people that have the aptitude and the interest are aware that it is a real, honest opportunity for them. So if this applies to you, or you have a sister or a friend that this might apply to, please take a screenshot of this. The booth is just downstairs in LT North. They can give you pamphlets about it, but it is a great opportunity for young women to come and see if engineering is something that might interest them, and quite frankly, STEM in general. So a little plug for that. With that, we're going to move into the question period. We've got some of our students here to answer questions. You guys want to come on up? Before we get into the specific questions, I do want to point out, so we have our booth. The school booth is down in the main foyer of Adams. If you haven't found it already, please do. We have STEM stands set up all over the place, down in the main building, just down the stairs as you're going outside. They're set up outside. I mentioned the RAS team was set up. FSAE team is set up in the main quadrangle just outside this building. So please take the opportunity to get around and get your answers, your questions answered. We'll answer the questions now, and when we run out of time, we'll try to handle everything outside and then shuffle you down to the school stand down in Adams. So what we're going to do, because we're streaming online, we need to use the microphone. So as you ask a question, I'll repeat the question so that the online audience is aware of what the question is. And then we'll hand it off to whoever is best situated to offer some thoughts on what the question is. So you guys want to just give your name and what degree you're studying and what year you're in, and that will inform some of the answers. So.
Hello everyone, my name is Jason Wang. I'm a midshipman in the Navy. I'm first year at ADFA, studying naval architecture.
Hello, my name's Officer Kadambi. I'm a second year electrical engineer studying in the CDF program.
Hi everyone, my name's Amelie. That's really loud. I'm a second year aero eng.
Hello everyone, my name's Toby. I'm a third year NAVARC.
Okay, with that, we open the floor to questions. It only takes one to break the dam, and then everything goes crazy. So who wants to be the first?
What happens if we don't complete the degree? Does it go into a HECS debt or something like that?
So the question then is, what happens if you don't complete the degree, and what are the obligations or that come with it?
I can shoot this one if you want. So if you're coming through as a defence student, more details on that can be found in your joining instructions for when you first sign on, when you accept the offer from your OSB. Depends on how far through the process you are. To my knowledge, it doesn't go into a HECS debt. You have a certain amount depending on how many years you've served and how many you have left to serve in terms of what your paying back would be. But you do have to pay some of it back, but no, it's not a HECS debt.
Is it Monday to Friday? Oh, have fun.
Yeah, it's usually Monday to Friday with about 5 hours each day.
So that's in class time, right? So you want to talk about the whole experience?
Yeah, so in addition to the in-class hours, you'll wake up at around 6, you have a roll call at 6:30, do a bit of sport or JMAT academics, and then you'll continue on with your academic day. After that, you'll move on to your classes, and then you have to do your own personal study, where it's like assignments or projects that you have to do or study for tests. And usually they'll probably, overall, I think from 6 a.m. to around like 7 p.m. after you finish like your clubs and sports, that's pretty much how much time it would take through the day from Monday to Friday.
Thank you. I guess the only thing I would offer in addition to that is your time commitment to be successful is very individual and very personal. Depending on what you bring to the table, what you have to put in is what you need to put in.
There's been a lot made about research and applied research. As a comparison between UNSW Canberra and its connection to the Defence Force and, if you like, other universities, can you comment on the access and accessibility of, if you like, funding for those research projects?
The question was really, I guess, about access to funding for the research projects and some of the nuance of here at UNSW Canberra. So I guess the first thing I would do is a bit of a caveat is when we talk about research funding, this is the bailiwick of the academic staff themselves. So it's not a student expectation, obligation, or anything. So the academic staff will, as a natural recourse, and it's no different here than it is in Sydney or UQ or anywhere else, as an obligation of their service, they need to seek research funding to be able to pursue their research ambitions, and they bring that back. We have great access to it. But we do tend to try to focus on defense-related research here, but not exclusively on defense-related research. And with that access, because we are a world-class university, as I mentioned, that gives us some cachet when it comes to seeking those research connections and funding. That funding is then what drives the research agenda in the labs, and that is made available to our undergraduates when they're into their honors thesis and stuff like that. So I don't know if that answers your question directly, but I would say we are a research-intensive university, and the path to that is through research funding, through the granting agencies, through partnership with industry and everything else. But it's a staff responsibility.
Could any students talk to their experience of studying maths and physics in high school versus first-year university level mathematics?
Okay, so just to repeat the question, so this is a classic question. Preparatory work in maths and physics at high school, experiences in high school with math and physics as it pertains to preparation and or experience in first year. Over to you guys.
So I'm personally from Victoria, so I don't know, it might be a bit different in different states, but I studied methods and spec, so up to like, I think extension 1 and 2 I think is the equivalent for most other states. First year maths engineering is quite similar to, I'd say, like a spec level. Methods really builds like a foundation, but it really extends in your first year. As you go into second year, I found that there was definitely some new things, but it's quite manageable personally. That's how I found it. But yeah.
I'm from New South Wales, so again, reiterating the extension 2, extension 1 level of like maths is what you'd probably be expecting around in first year, and then going forward, they'd add on a bit of stuff. In the first year, they'll usually have lots of integrals and that sort of stuff is what I found a lot of people struggle with. So I guess hot tip, revise your integrals.
Yeah, unfortunately none of us on the panel are from Queensland, but it is almost an inside joke for some of the first years. The Queensland curriculum doesn't line up as well with the first year maths here, so they can sometimes find themselves wanting for a bit of experience in those areas. But when you come in that first month of training, they do some preliminary tests to try and see where you're at. And if you're struggling in areas, they'll get you on some support pathways, and they usually will sort themselves out by the first or second semester. So Sorry, was that a follow-on question on that?
Yeah, just inquiring, so like you suggesting that they should do specialist maths as a subject, or?
Yeah, I think I was in a similar boat. I did specialist maths and maths methods. It very well prepared you for first year. There's mates that I've had who didn't do specialist maths and haven't had any troubles, like they're not at risk of failing or anything like that, but it does prepare you quite well. Yeah, if you had a choice between maths and or like methods and specialist or methods and physics, I would go methods and physics.
So I think the general recommendation is that if you're at the point that you're kind of choosing what subjects you do as advanced as you can possibly do in maths and physics. So the assumed knowledge is advanced maths and physics, but yeah, definitely go for a maths specialist or specialist methods or extension 1 and 2 if you're in, I think, New South Wales or other states. That would help you a lot when you start studying here. Although having said that, we have maths and physics support programs for our first year students, which is pretty much a one-on-one tutorial support. But it would be really helping you if you do advanced maths at high school.
World and a chance to meet a lot of like-minded peers and explore my interests before fully committing to the workforce. Before I came to ADFA, I thought it was going to be a lot more strict, like you have to wake up at the crack of dawn.
Labs outside hours and actual classes because you need to finish like a certain project and actually test and see how the circuit works, and probably the sessions aren't like just enough to do that. The lecturers will usually be able to respond to you and show you, hey, you've wired this wrong or something like that. So you'll get a lot of help with this hands-on stuff.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'll just add to that. It's not just specific to electrical engineering. In all of our programs, we have, student labs that the student would have 24-hour access, and they basically can just use those labs to complete their project. It might be related to courses or one of the design project courses that they do, or the technical, works or activities that they are doing as part of, the teams they are on. So they have access to a lot of facilities and labs to utilize for their projects and hands-on activities.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just adding on to what everyone said, for aeros and mechs, we've got the Warman competition, which was also mentioned. That's in your second year, and that's also, you might need to go after hours and stuff in the labs, but you get inducted on everything. In first year, we have a course where you get to learn how to use all the machines in the labs and everything. So it's very much, you get a lot of practical work out of the degree that you do, and it's lectures are really good in linking that practical work with all the theory that you've done in class and everything. So, yeah.
Okay. And if hands-on is your thing, certainly, we talked a little bit about the teams, whether it's the RAS team or the FSE and stuff like that. There's a real opportunity to take it to the next level. Sorry, there was a question here, and then I'll come back to you.
For your work experience, is that in defence units? And could you also maybe give an example of like a lot of recently did?
Yeah. So I've probably done a little bit more work experience than some of these guys, but it's a mix. You get opportunities. Some of the opportunities, so through ADFA's process, you can apply to do certain periods, leave periods, that you want to do work experience in defence. They can find you certain areas that you want to go to. It'll depend on what service you're in. So I've done a trip over to WA or a trip down to Adelaide. So there's definitely opportunities within the defence space, but equally, if you're more interested in some of the more civilian sides, you can put those in as preferences.
So I just did a work experience up in Queensland at a defence base. I do recommend though that you also do an industry work experience, so then you kind of get both sides, because in defence, engineering officers are more managerial. You still do a bit of engineering, but it's very much more managerial. So if you do go into an industry work experience, you might get, again, that more hands-on or engineering exposure, which can also be beneficial to your defence career. So you can understand, because you work with industry, so you get to understand kind of both sides of it. So I'd recommend doing both. Yeah.
If there was to be a war to break out, what and how would engineers be employed? Would it be your mowing, or would you put your hand up yourself, or would you stay at base?
So the question is one of military obligation in the time of conflict. I'm happy to take that if you guys want to take it, or do you want?
I can try and speak to it.
So I did 23 years in the Canadian Army, went through a process much like we offer here. And the reality is having volunteered for service, you have now volunteered for service, and where you're needed is where you will be employed. So in times of operations, I've done 4 different operational deployments before I retired from the Canadian Army. And you're a defense officer. That is your job, whatever that brings in times of peace and times of conflict. So you have to come to grips with the term that what you're applying for is for employment in defense, and then come and get an engineering degree to help you be better at it. Anything to add?
How does the military training affect your studying at engineering studies?
So how does the military training affect your studies?
Yeah, it certainly does affect it. I'm not going to stand here and tell you that we have the same workload as the people who come here and do arts and business. With the contact hours that you can expect to have in a week, and then you put 3 hours of military training in the morning on top of that, it certainly tests your time management and your motivational skills. But there's an awareness from staff here, both on the university and the military side, that the workload expected of you as an engineer is a lot higher. And so you'll find a lot of support and a lot of leniency from both sides in terms of working with your schedule and what kind of things you want to do outside of university. So it is quite tough, but you get through it, and there's people there, and the people around you, the other students you're with, are your best resource to manage that.
Yep.
Just adding on that, it is definitely possible to do a bunch of other stuff, even if you are an engineer. For example, I did the musical this year, I play netball, I've got a leadership position, I'm passing all my course, well, doing a bit better than passing, but I'm managing everything in engineering. So it's definitely possible if you can manage your time and reach out to those support systems and the people around you. So it's definitely achievable.
So I think we're coming close to the end of time. I think we'll have one more question. Again, just before we take that question, we'll tidy up down here, but we'll try to answer some questions if you have individual questions you want to talk to us after, or again, a reminder that down at Adams, that we have the school table set up, and there's a bunch of people there to answer.
Just building on what you said, if you are in fact struggling and can't keep up on top of your school workload, is there scope to reduce the number of subjects you're doing in a semester?
Okay, so the question has to do with a student that finds themselves struggling with the workload, whether there are options in order to reduce that workload and manage the workload in that way.
It can depend on your service and your own career managers, because each individual service will choose how they want you to progress. So usually they'll tend to want to get you out of the university or finish your degree as fast as possible. If you do struggle and you possibly fail a course or two, you can adjust your the time here to 5 years, which would increase the period of return of service as well with it. But there's usually enough support to actually help get you to pass, and you can also do additional things such as summer school for maths, physics and other courses to get you to pass on time.
Thank you very much. The only thing I will add is that, university side work very closely with the defense side to help students in these sort of situations. We develop study plans, degree plans for students, exactly as you mentioned. We plan, for things that can be done over summer to still make sure students are finishing in the minimum possible time. So there is some flexibility and there are lots of support available.
So with that, thanks for coming out. I hope we answered some of your questions, and if not, we'll try to touch base with you during the rest of the afternoon and do that.
Ready for a tour of ADFA?
Hi, I'm Officer Cadet Kira Fitzgerald. I'm a third-year Army Training Officer at ADFA. I chose to study at ADFA because of the work-life balance, the friends that you make here, and having a degree in job security and a degree that's fully paid for. I chose to join the Army because I wanted to be a part of a bigger team that had all these different opportunities available to me, and I chose to go Army opposed to any other service because it was a better culture fit. Having roll call at 7 a.m. was much later than I expected, so it was a nice surprise. The difference between ADFA and a civilian university is that at ADFA you have a really good work-life balance. Social events and sporting are really encouraged, and it's not just another thing that you've got to do. You also have a really good balance between work commitments and university commitments instead of having to try and manage two different schedules while also acquiring a HECS. ADFA has a variety of extracurricular activities as well as sporting clubs. Anything from triathlons to long distance running, rugby, union, soccer, ice hockey. There's every sport you can think of as a club. There's even recently been introduced a skydiving club. After hours, my primary activity is playing for the touch football club here at ADFA, which has also given me opportunities to play in wider defence competitions and university competitions. The classes at ADFA are really good in the sense that the university lecturers are committed to helping you and making sure that you actually understand content and learn it, opposed to just another person sitting in a lecture theatre. They will know who you are, they will help you out, and they're happy to answer any questions you're asking. At ADFA, the military training generally runs between 8 and 10 a.m. in the morning. It often consists of either PT, say physical training, as well as different time within your squadrons, so whatever that may be decided by your staff, and lots of doctrine, character, ethics lessons, primarily focused on making sure that you're the best person you can be, so you can make the best decisions you can. What I like about studying at ADFA is you're with your mates that you see all the time, so you know the people in your classes, you can have a chat with anyone you sit down next to because you know who they are. They're the same people you've gone through training blocks with, they're the same people you live with in a lot of cases, and the university staff are genuinely there to help you learn and committed to making sure you understand the content and get through it. On campus, you have your university facilities, whether that be cyber labs, science and engineering buildings as well. The gym on base is quite big, so never the same lineup it is as at the civilian gym. The library, always got a nice quiet spot to find and work in. It's got everything you really need. There's mechanics and hairdressers on campus if you really need to. If you're thinking about studying at ADFA, definitely do it. It was the best decision I've ever made.
Hi, I'm Midshipman Nick Elford and I'm currently studying a Bachelor of Mechanical Engineering at ADFA. When I was still in school, I knew that I wanted to study engineering. However, I didn't know where or when I wanted to study. But when Defence Force recruiting came to my school and made me aware of the opportunity to study at ADFA, have my degree paid for and also earn a salary, it really appealed to me, as well as the lifestyle in the military. So it was a bit of a no-brainer. Prior to joining, I didn't know a lot about the academy. However, I did think that it was going to be a bit more like what you see in the movies, where it's very strict, the staff are very overbearing and you don't have much freedom. However, it's almost the complete opposite. There's still a high level of discipline at the academy in all facets. However, they do let you have your free time and there is opportunity to have your own interests and hobbies without having that overbearing staff member. The main difference I would see that there is between ADFA and studying at a civilian university would be the fact that everyone lives together, studies together, plays sport, goes out, hangs out. You're with the same people every day, so you form a lot closer bonds and make really close friends being at ADFA compared to normal university. There's a range of co-curricular activities available at ADFA. I play in the ADFA Rams AFL team, and it's really added to my experience at ADFA and made some really close friends playing sport. But it ranges to things such as rugby, hockey, soccer, rowing, and other activities. There's definitely a financial benefit to being at ADFA. Having no HECS debt and also earning a salary means that you have a lot more opportunity to do what you want on leave breaks and weekends when you get lots of time off. I haven't studied at another university before, but I believe that they're quite similar to classes in civilian universities. However, the teacher to student ratio is really high here, and it means you have lots of opportunity to catch up on work you may be falling behind on, and there's lots of avenues to support you throughout your academics. At ADFA, there's military training in the mornings of some of the academic days of the week, where we'll learn about military history, laws of armed conflict, and other defence-related topics, as well as there being mandatory PT sessions every week. I find it pretty comfortable being able to balance both military and university studies. Due to the low workload there is on the military side, the academy really focuses on trying to get you through your academics, as that is the main reason that you are at the academy. An average day for me at ADFA would look like waking up at about 7 o'clock, going to roll call, and then going to breakfast at the mess, and then starting my academic classes at about 10:00. And then throughout the day, I would have lunch in the mess as well, and attend lectures, tutorials, and laboratories. And then I might have footy training at night, where we train at the academy as well, before going to bed after some study at night, probably. I really enjoy studying at ADFA due to the opportunity there is to study with your classmates. And because everyone lives in such close quarters, it is really easy to collaborate with each other with assignments and studying for tests and other things academic related. I've really enjoyed living on campus. Being able to move each semester to live with other people means you're able to get to know a lot of people within your squadron. And it also teaches you lessons on how to live communally, having to clean every day and adapt to the lifestyles of other people. There are lots of facilities available on campus at ADFA. I would say the gym is probably the most popular. So there are basketball courts, footy fields, a weights gym, there's yoga rooms, a swimming pool. They've pretty much got everything. So for any type of physical activity, you pretty much have everything you want. My uncle was in the army for over 20 years, but I wouldn't say that he was part of the reason that I joined. However, since joining, we have become a lot closer because we share that military background now and kind of understand a little bit more of what it was like for each other. For someone thinking about joining ADFA, I couldn't recommend it more. It's been the best decision that I've ever made, and I've made lots of great mates since joining, and I think it's a massive privilege to be here, so couldn't recommend it more.
Here, ready for a tour of ADFA?
Hello, I'm Officer Cadet Brendan Bone. I'm currently a second year at ADFA and I'm studying a Bachelor of Electrical Engineering with honours. I chose to study at ADFA because I always wanted to become an engineer. I was initially unsure if I wanted to join the Defence Force because I was unsure about the work-life balance. However, I did one of the ADF gap years and realised that I enjoyed the Defence Force and wanted to stay in the RAF. I guess probably how much leave you'd have. I kind of expected you to be working, like you wouldn't have much leave at all, but it turns out you have plenty of time to kind of go home and see your family and do what you like to do. I'd say the difference between ADFA and a civilian university is that ADFA focuses more on personal and professional development and we live all together in the same sort of accommodation, so you're much more closer with your friends. And yeah, compared as well to the civilian universities where I find you still get the academics, but they just kind of focus purely on what you're doing at school. But ADFA offers more, I'd say. Some of the incentives of joining ADFA, for instance, is that you get paid while studying, which is quite nice actually. I won't have a HECSET because Defence will pay for the degree. Our classes at ADFA are basically the same as normal universities. We cover the same sort of content, except that for ADFA, the classes are a lot smaller compared to some of the civilian universities. You'd have your lecturers know you by name. Usually at ADFA, the roll call is about 7 o'clock in the morning. You would go to the mess, grab some food, and your first timing would be about 8 o'clock, which would usually be joint military education, which is either physical training, which is where you do a PT, or it'd be a lecturer from one of the uni, the staff, or you're an ex-serving member. This sort of JMET period, joint military education period, doesn't go towards your academics, but is more focused on your personal development. After that JMET, joint military education, we would have academic periods, which is where you just have your university classes, which goes from about 10 o'clock to about 4 p.m. 6 p.m. If you're unlucky. So I build and race some FPV drones, which is the first person view drones. You wear a first set of goggles and you fly them around and race other people. What I enjoy about ADFA is that my mates all live together, and like if I ever need help, for instance, studying for an exam or need to get something done, usually you just kind of walk around the corner and the mate's door's open. Really helpful. So while you live on campus, you've got access to the gym, got ovals, we've got to do sports. There's also a bank, a hairdresser, and there's also Afghans as well, which is you get food if you feel extra hungry. And there's also the mess as well, so if you want to get cheap food, you go eat the mess. I do not have any immediate family who joined the Defence Force. I just kind of joined because I heard the benefits and the ability to kind of travel while getting paid and getting trained up as well was very appealing to me. If you're thinking of joining ADFA, I recommend just do it. You get a guaranteed job afterwards, you get paid while studying, and you make lifelong friends while here.
Here, ready for a tour of ADFA?
Hi, I'm Officer Cadet Kira Fitzgerald. I'm a third-year Army Training Officer at ADFA. I chose to study at ADFA because of the work-life balance, the friends that you make here, and having a degree in job security and a degree that's fully paid for. I chose to join the Army because I wanted to be a part of a bigger team that had all these different opportunities available to me, and I chose to go Army opposed to any other service because it was a better culture fit. Having roll call at 7 a.m. was much later than I expected, so it was a nice surprise. The difference between ADFA and a civilian university is that at ADFA you have a really good work-life balance. Social events and sporting are really encouraged, and it's not just another thing that you've got to do. You also have a really good balance between work commitments and university commitments instead of having to try and manage two different schedules while also acquiring a HECS cert. ADFA has a variety of extracurricular activities as well as sporting clubs. Anything from triathlons to long distance running, rugby, union, soccer, ice hockey. There's every sport you can think of, there's a club. There's even recently been introduced a skydiving club. After hours, my primary activity is playing for the touch football club here at ADFA, which has also given me opportunities to play in wider defence competitions and university competitions. The classes at ADFA are really good in the sense that the university lecturers are committed to helping you and making sure that you actually understand content and learn it, opposed to just another person sitting in a lecture theatre. They will know who you are, they will help you out, and they're happy to answer any questions you're asking. At ADFA, the military training generally runs between 8 and 10 a.m. in the morning. It often consists of either PT, so physical training, as well as different time within your squadrons, so whatever that may be decided by your staff, and lots of doctrine, character, ethics lessons, primarily focused on making sure that you're the best person you can be, so you can make the best decisions you can. What I like about studying at ADFA is you're with your mates that you see all the time, so you know the people in your classes. You can have a chat with anyone you sit down next to because you know who they are. They're the same people you've gone through training blocks with. They're the same people you live with in a lot of cases. And the university staff are genuinely there to help you learn and committed to making sure you understand the content and get through it. On campus, you have your university facilities, whether that be cyber labs, science and engineering buildings as well. The gym on base is quite big, so never the same lineup it is as at the civilian gym. The library, always got a nice quiet spot to find and work in. It's got everything you really need. There's mechanics and hairdressers on campus if you really need to. If you're thinking about studying at ADFA, definitely do it. It was the best decision I've ever made.
Hi, I'm Midshipman Nick Elvid and I'm currently studying a Bachelor of Mechanical Engineering at ADFA. When I was still in school, I knew that I wanted to study engineering. However, I didn't know where or when I wanted to study. But when Defence Force recruiting came to my school and made me aware of the opportunity to study at ADFA, have my degree paid for and also earn a salary, it really appealed to me, as well as the lifestyle in the military. So it was a bit of a no-brainer. Prior to joining, I didn't know a lot about the academy. However, I did think that it was going to be a bit more like what you see in the movies, where it's very strict, the staff are very overbearing and you don't have much freedom. However, it's almost the complete opposite. There's still a high level of discipline at the academy in all facets. However, they do let you have your free time and there is opportunity to have your own interests and hobbies without having that overbearing staff member. The main difference I would see that there is between ADFA and studying at a civilian university would be the fact that everyone lives together, studies together, plays sport, goes out, hangs out. You're with the same people every day, so you form a lot closer bonds and make really close friends being at ADFA compared to normal university. There's a range of co-curricular activities available at ADFA. I play in the ADFA Rams AFL team, and it's really added to my experience at ADFA and made some really close friends playing sport. But it ranges to things such as rugby, hockey, soccer, rowing, and other activities. There's definitely a financial benefit to being at ADFA. Having no HECS debt and also earning a salary means that you have a lot more opportunity to do what you want on leave breaks and weekends when you get lots of time off. I haven't studied at a another university before, but I believe that they're quite similar to classes in civilian universities. However, the teacher to student ratio is really high here, and it means you have lots of opportunity to catch up on work you may be falling behind on, and there's lots of avenues to support you throughout your academics. At ADFA, there's military training in the mornings of some of the academic days of the week, where we'll learn about military history, laws of armed conflict, and other defence-related topics, as well as there being mandatory PT sessions every week. I find it pretty comfortable being able to balance both military and university studies. Due to the low workload there is on the military side, the academy really focuses on trying to get you through your academics, as that is the main reason that you are at the academy. An average day for me at ADFA would look like waking up at about 7 o'clock, going to roll call, and then going to breakfast at the mess, and then starting my academic classes at about 10:00. And then throughout the day, I would have lunch in the mess as well, and attend lectures, tutorials, and laboratories. And then I might have footy training at night, where we train at the academy as well, before going to bed after some study at night, probably. I really enjoy studying at ADFA due to the opportunity there is to study with your classmates. And because everyone lives in such close quarters, it is really easy to collaborate with each other with assignments and studying for tests and other things academic related. I've really enjoyed living on campus. Being able to move each semester to live with other people means you're able to get to know a lot of people within your squadron. And it also teaches you lessons on how to live communally, having to clean every day and adapt to the lifestyles of other people. There are lots of facilities available on campus at ADFA. I would say the gym is probably the most popular. So there are basketball courts, footy fields, a weights gym, there's yoga rooms, a swimming pool. They've pretty much got everything. So for any type of physical activity, you pretty much have everything you want. My uncle was in the army for over 20 years, but I wouldn't say that he was part of the reason that I joined. However, since joining, we have become a lot closer because we share that military background now and kind of understand a little bit more of what it was like for each other. For someone thinking about joining ADFA, I couldn't recommend it more. It's been the best decision that I've ever made, and I've made lots of great mates since joining, and I think it's a massive privilege to be here, so couldn't recommend it more.
Here, ready for a tour of ADFA?
Hello, I'm Officer Cadet Brendan Bone. I'm currently a second year at ADFA and I'm studying a Bachelor of Electrical Engineering with honours. I chose to study at ADFA because I always wanted to become an engineer. I was initially unsure if I wanted to join the Defence Force because I was unsure about the work-life balance. However, I did one of the ADF gap years and realised that I enjoyed the Defence Force and wanted to stay in the RAF. I guess probably how much leave you'd have. I kind of expected you to be working, like you wouldn't have much leave at all, but it turns out you have plenty of time to kind of go home and see your family and do what you like to do. I'd say the difference between ADFA and a civilian university is that ADFA focuses more on personal and professional development and we live all together in the same sort of accommodation, so you're much more closer with your friends. And yeah, compared as well to the civilian universities where I find you still get the academics, but they just kind of focus purely on what you're doing at school. But ADFA offers more, I'd say. Some of the incentives of joining ADFA, for instance, is that you get paid while studying, which is quite nice actually. I won't have a HEC set because Defence will pay for the degree. Our classes at ADFA are basically the same as normal universities. We cover the same sort of content, except that for ADFA, the classes are a lot smaller compared to some of the civilian universities. You'd have your lecturers know you by name. Usually at ADFA, the roll call is about 7 o'clock in the morning. You would go to the mess, grab some food, and your first timing would be about 8 o'clock, which would usually be joint military education, which is either physical training, which is where you do a PT, or it'd be a lecturer from one of the uni staff, or you're an ex-serving member. This sort of JMET period, joint military education period, doesn't go towards your academics, but is more focused on your personal development. After that JMET, joint military education, we would have academic periods, which is where you just have your university classes, which goes from about 10 o'clock to about 4 p.m, 6 p.m. If you're unlucky. So I build and race some FPV drones, which is the first person view drones. You wear a first set of goggles and you fly them around and race other people. What I enjoy about ADFA is that my mates all live together, and like if I ever need help, for instance, studying for an exam or need to get something done, usually you just kind of walk around the corner and the mate's door's open. Really helpful. So while you live on campus, you've got access to the gym, got ovals.
I'm also Josh. I'm doing Bachelor of Arts and I'm also in first year. And this is Josh.
And I'm Brooke, Bravo Squadron, first year, studying arts, majoring in geography and Indo-Pacific studies.
All right, let's go. Thanks, guys. There are some things I've got to talk to you about. Some are a little bit technical, degree rules, structures. Take it all with a grain of salt, guys. That is not a concern of yours today. They'll be worked out and sorted out when you arrive here. But that's sort of the things I'm going to talk to you very quickly about. And the first is this. The question always comes up, why would you study a BA? You may not like all the photos up there, but the point of a Bachelor of Arts is it will not teach you to do any job. It quite deliberately won't teach you to do any job. The point of a BA is to teach you to do every job. It's a really important difference. Prepares you for all jobs, better thinker, better officer in this circumstance, and in my view, better citizen. Next. And this is how. Regardless of the courses you choose, my program learning outcomes, the outcomes of the BA, critical and analytical thinking, ability to find real information, to distill it into argument, to understand and communicate it back. That's a skill for life, not just university. I'm not going to do that. Why people act the way they do and to work on your communication skills as well as a basis for intelligence leadership. But also, I put the point up there quite deliberately we want to talk about truth in an age of post-truth. You can't know the truth of the world and yourselves and things around you unless you can think critically, use evidence, form your own opinions. That's why you should do a BA. Relevance is quite straightforward. There is too much misunderstanding and misnomer in this space and outside of it, including, in my view, in the recruiting agencies, that the degree you choose is really important because of the job you want to do. It's not true. Though he's undercover, the current Chief of Air Force is walking around at the moment and he's a BA graduate. Defence wants you to do well at university. There are some services which will suggest degree streams to you. They're not mandatory. Only half of GSL officers come here. Others don't have degrees. Or they have degrees in architecture. It doesn't matter. The point here is do what you want to do it well. If you're in a green skin, what you do for a living after you come here isn't decided until you're out of here at Duntroon. Don't fall for that trap that I want to do job X, I have to do degree Y. Do what brings you joy, because you'll be good at it. They want you to be good at it. Alright, now's the time where I get to spruik the university a little bit, and I will. This is a university and the only one in Australia that works at a nexus between military academies and the university in general. We've been doing this for more than 50 years, closer to 60 years actually. Though our undergraduate body is a uniform training officer body.
Could we get you the mic up for the recordings? Yeah, sorry.
Excuse me, guys.
Sorry,
Have we got any insight as to how to turn it on?
It's just at the top.
Online. Where was I? Though our undergraduate body is a uniform body, as you know, that's not all the faculty does. This is a faculty of the University of New South Wales. It does what all academic faculties do. I think we teach almost twice as many postgraduate students than we do undergraduate students. Those master's levels or graduate diploma level students are all done online here. So there is more to it than the undergraduate body, though I understand we are all focused today about talking about the undergraduate bodies. We do research students, we do a whole lot of stuff. And I can tell you now, if you look at that little dot in the green, I'm very sorry for the ANU alumni, but this university is now the leading university in Canberra in terms of university rankings. So it is in the world top 20. We are a G8 university. Those standards, those resources are commensurate with that. As I say, faculty of University of New South Wales in Canberra. There are other 6 faculties in Sydney. Teacher-student ratio is important. Again, I'm not sure how much knowledge you guys have or familiarity with the sector more widely. We tutorial with 1 to 12 students. 1 teacher to 12 students, 1 to 13. There is no other teaching ratio like that in the country. That's important. If you want to succeed here academically, you will. I think you've got to try pretty hard to fail. The support systems are there. That doesn't mean we don't ask a lot of you, or won't, but the support system's there. And let's also remember there are advantages to studying as an undergraduate here. Yep, there's disadvantages. You're up at 6 o'clock too, but you're paid pretty well. You walk 100 metres to the food that's cooked for you without washing up. You don't have any carers' responsibilities. You're not working a part-time job. This is the job. Your academics. Yep. Now a bit more about the school. Some of this I've touched on already, guys. Please have a little read. Language, politics, history, business, how people interact with others, why they do the things they do. That's what we're about. An understanding of the world around you. Of importance to your career within the ADF, all of which, regardless of what you do, as a junior officer, will involve managing people, leading people, making decisions. It's about your mind. If you want to be the person that runs the fastest, shoots the straightest, carries the most load, marches the longest distance, okay, might not be an officer stream for you. You still do all those things as an officer, but you are paid here and elsewhere for your head, not your biceps. We unforgivingly ask questions within our courses to which there are no easy answers. When you get assignments, when you get essays to write, I don't care what your opinion is. I care that you have one, that you know stuff, that you can mount an argument and convince me. If I gave you questions that were yes or no, we couldn't achieve those learning outcomes. Find, evaluate evidence. Require unashamedly for students to be able to express themselves in a verbal form and in written form as well. That's a life skill. It's also a skill of a leader within the ADF. To equip us all for a complex and increasingly complex world. Thank you. Okay, now with a bit more of the techie bit, as I say, take it all with a grain of salt. Don't worry too much about this if you're a potential student. We have 3 major programs within the school. In your first year, you take all 3, and that is History, Indo-Pacific Studies, International and Political Studies are the 3 that you will do. Then you get to choose between Business and Geography for your 4th subject. But they're in the Science and Business School, so I don't control those. In history, these are the sorts of things that we're going to talk about. You will start to notice as opposed to a more typical BA at Kensington, around half of our offerings tend to have a military flavour, half deliberately don't. You can choose your own path through them. It doesn't matter what the particular subject matter is, well, it does matter, but the learning outcomes are similar. Indo-Pacific Study is a major and program we only started this year. Some of these guys are doing it for the first ever time. It's a focus on our region. Has all disciplines within it. Historians, political scientists, anthropologists and so on. The purpose is to know about our near neighbours at various levels. From a military perspective, without being too hard-edged, the purpose is to know your battlefield. And international political studies is about power, about international relations, security studies, political philosophy, these types of subjects. You can do a business minor in a BA. You can do a business major too, as long as you take one of my majors as well. Same for geography. Happy to study geography as a minor or a major, but you do need at least one major within the school. Because I'm the guy that has to sign off that you're ready to graduate, right? There are electives too. If someone can explain to me the term prescribed electives, I'd like to see how that works. Kind of compulsory electives. I don't know. That's the term they use. There are subjects here at UNSW Canberra at ADFA that you have no choice but to do. You will do those yellow ones at some point. You will do 2 of the 4 of the green ones at some point. So I guess they're a type of elective, right, if you choose between A and B. Very quickly, this is what it kind of looks like for the 3 years of your BA, right? In your first year, as I've foreshadowed, 4 courses each semester, 24 units of credit. Don't worry about what units of credit are at this point. 4 courses, 3 of which we tell you which to do, 1 you get to choose. That's first year. It's a similar pattern for a typical program over 3 years, always 8 courses a year. There you go. You can choose a major. You don't have to choose it till after first year, by the way. Find out what you like. You can choose a major, which just means lots of subjects within that discipline. You can choose 2 majors if you want to. You can choose a major and a minor. That just means a little bit less in a minor and you've got more free electives. Not something to be super worried about today. Thanks. It's very similar in 3rd year. There it is again, nothing like numbers and tables. That genuinely equates, this will test my maths on the fly, it generally equates on any given week for each subject. We would usually have 2 lectures and a tute, times 4, 8 lectures, 4 tutes as contact hours for a BA. That is not the volume of effort, that's the volume of contact hours. There is an absolute expectation that students are reading and preparing outside of those contact hours. The overall hours in the degree is same as a Bachelor of Engineering, just that a lot of those hours, students are on their own to do that work. Entry requirements, I've got to put this one up there, yep. The minimum ATAR for a BA to matriculate at University of New South Wales is 75. That's true across the university, not just our BA. Depending on how well potential officer candidates score in their selection panel, there is and other factors that can vary a little bit either way. Assumed knowledge English, I think that's a given. But here's the important point here on this slide. And I was talking to someone up the back about this earlier. When I came here from high school, all I'd studied at high school was STEM subjects, because a million years ago when I was 18, that was the way to get a high TER. I thought anyway. So I came to this place, did a Bachelor of Science in my first year, had to do an art subject, chose history, was good at the STEM stuff, didn't like it, was bad at history, enjoyed it. Then I switched over to a BA. Failed my first essays, end up a Professor of History. What does that mean? It means do what you want to do. I don't care if you've never studied an art subject at high school, it's not relevant. You've got every support structure here to succeed if you want to. Don't care what courses you've done, what you haven't done, start again. Just need motivation. And get to this perhaps a little bit of reading endurance too, because reading's becoming more and more difficult for BA students. Thank you. Time at UNSW Canberra, thanks. Okay, these guys are much better equipped to talk about their day-to-day lives at UNSW Canberra. I'm sure they will. We do a couple of extracurricular things in the school. We're just about to send a bunch of cadets off to Indonesia for a little while for a study tour. We'll be doing battlefield tours for the history students later on as well. There is a little bit of that happens. Now, a little bit preemptive of me to mention this because this is not agreed upon yet, it's not signed off yet, but the plan is for the school to offer a second degree in 2027. As you can read, it's a Bachelor of War Studies developed in conjunction with the ADF. It won't be a degree of training, that's what Defence does. It will be a university degree, similar in its learning outcomes to the BA, but focused more on conflict and war studies. Still the same standards, still the same types of courses, just a little bit more of a, to use the catchphrase, industry focus. How's that for one of those words? Relevant to the ADF. Not next year, looking to be put on early in 2027. Could give you heaps of potential details, but not relevant until someone signs a contract, right? But that is something that you could think about if you're planning on coming here from 2027 onwards. All right, absolutely more than enough from me. Thanks so much. Let's throw it open for questions. Please ask questions of my colleagues here as much as like any questions to me. All questions on the table, answer them honestly. The usual question is how much they get paid.
When you joined, did you all do exactly what the lecturer said, you did all the maths and science subjects and then came here and did something completely different? Or did you all choose any course at school and then come here?
Sorry, just before we answer, for the live stream, do we need to use the mics?
Just go close to...
Yeah, just go with Kate.
Oh, you answer.
So me personally, I did take all the art subjects in high school. That was just my interest, but I can definitely see how that's not a sort of prerequisite to what you need to do here. I'd say the biggest thing that you could do to prepare yourself for this course is to watch the news and just stay in touch with what's going on around you. And by doing that every day, it'll give you an edge at uni in general. That would be my answer.
If I could interject as well, I have a friend who did exclusively STEM subjects and he does great in his arts degree. If you're like a student who feels really comfortable with science but not as much with the humanities, the academic language and learning unit is a really good resource. They provide like invaluable support if you're not really confident with it. Even if you think like you're super all over it, they're still excellent. So keep that in mind.
Personally, I didn't take any of the subjects in high school that I take now. I didn't do geography. My school didn't offer politics, didn't offer Indo-Pacific studies, anything like that. So I came here completely like on a blank slate, and they teach you the foundational knowledge that you need to know. As you said, the academic language and learning unit offers you the help if you want it. You can seek them out, but at the same time, like, I walked into this degree and went, let's learn about, all these subjects, and they teach it to you from day one. So there's not really, like Sir said, the prerequisite knowledge that you need is you can speak English and understand English. That's all you need.
That's not text English, that's actual English, right?
Yeah, like actual, English.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I've read that there's also an option to do a cross-institutional study if a student decides that he or she wants to study a language. But is that true?
Yeah, there's limited opportunity, but it does exist. If you, for example, have already studied some languages at a different university or at high school, you can make an application to do a language subject at somewhere like ANU, for example, and it could be counted as one of your BA electives. But that's also for Defence to agree to, as well as me. It is a possibility, but it's not hugely widespread.
So yeah, me personally, next year I'll be looking to study French at ANU, and it's just a matter of getting a good grade score average while you're at uni, and then getting that permission from your divisional officer and your military command, and then once that's all approved, you just go over, and that's it.
Yeah, and similar to Josh here, I've also had the opportunity to do a major in French at ANU again, but it comes down to whether it'll take more time out of your day, your regular day here at UNSW, and along with your military training on the side. So it comes down to whether you want to spend more time on the side doing, practicing French, as an example.
Can you just run through what a typical day might look like for you guys?
So you wake up maybe 6 o'clock, 6:30 sort of thing, generally your first timing. For first years, we have PT for an hour and a bit on Mondays and Mondays and Thursdays is when we have PT. That's generally from 8 o'clock to 9:30. From 7 o'clock till 8 o'clock, we'll have what we call joint military education training. So that's anywhere from learning general military skills like how to do defence riding, anything like that, just like foundational knowledge to our jobs outside of ADFA. And then from 9:30, you have half an hour to get ready for class, which university starts at 10. Depending on our timetables, you might have a class at 10, you might not. None of our timetables are the exact same sort of thing. You can customise them to suit you. Obviously, your lecture times are fixed, but you can choose the tutorial times to suit you. I have anywhere between 1 to 4 hours per day sort of thing. And then outside of that is just study time.
I'm glad you said that, thank you.
Yeah.
Yep. Reading time, yep.
Yeah, it's like use that time, spare time that you have for studying any other academic or military requirements that you might have, and you're knocked off by 5 at the latest for an arts degree now.
Okay, yeah. And where does food fit in there? Like, is there times that you have to be at breakfast or? So brekkie here generally runs from 5:30 to 7 o'clock in the morning, and then lunch is run from 11:30 till 1, and then dinner's from 5:30 until 7. So it's basically up to you for when you go. It's not like in school where, the recess bell rings and you go to recess sort of thing. It's like, okay, it's 11:30 now, I have class at 12, so I'm going to grab some food from the mess or from Afghans or something like that, and then you're going to go to class. It's all very much on your own time. You can choose when you want to go and eat, and you can kind of work your timetable around having designated
lunch and dinner breaks and things like that as well.
I was also told by the last helpers in the last presentations that Uber Eats has a special designated point at for now. Is that true?
Does.
Yeah, absolutely.
It does.
3. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that wasn't a lie. That's legit.
That's true.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
true.
definitely true. Yeah.
Yeah. Ma'am?
So, I suppose for all of you students, it's a real honour to be here at this academy because it's so competitive to get in here, right? So what's the piece of advice you give my daughter or daughters here? How did you sort of stand out amongst all the other thousands of applicants here? So what kind of skill attribute that you think you all each individually brought differently as opposed to the other people after you that applied?
Can I caveat this by saying, when I first did my military application through DFR, I didn't get any officer roles, let alone ADFA. I didn't unlock them. They said the job opportunities application you did wasn't good enough. You can do enlisted and that's about it. I went through my recruiting process and was just myself. I tried. At the basis, just really wanted to get into defence. That's what I wanted to do. And so they kind of see that, they see your drive, and basically they went, look, we actually think you'd be really suitable for an officer role. Did you want to take this path? And I basically said, yeah, sure, did a gap year and came to ADFA that way. So yeah, we've all kind of had different experiences with getting in.
Yeah, I would say dedication would have been the main one for me. So my entire recruitment process, I was living overseas in Ireland, and they could see the kind of effort I was putting in to make those phone calls, at night time, every single night because of the time difference. And they saw that throughout the entire process. And the process is long and you've got to stick to it. So it was a year and a half of staying up late, being tired at school. But they saw that and then they were like, yeah, all right, we'll give you a chance.
They like academics and they like sports. That's what they recommended I do more of, sports. I tried out for the soccer team. Very poor performance, did not get in. I'm still here, so just follow your interest, try your best. It's you can get in if you want to.
And I remember during my defence interview, my interviewer he mentioned 2 C's, so competency and character. And I found those were something that I maintained throughout my time. And so competency, you just be able to prove and demonstrate that you can achieve either fitness levels or academic levels, and you will have time to demonstrate that throughout your interviews and time. And then you've got character. So obviously you have time throughout your interviews again to prove that you're confident and you will fit in at ADFA.
Do well at school, be yourself, not someone else.
Yep.
Be confident at the selection boards.
Yeah. Just, dedication and be yourself. Don't try and change. The people in recruiting are trained to see exactly who they want. And like Josh said, they can see the dedication from a mile away. If they think that you have the character, the perseverance to, put in the work, then yeah, you'll have no issues.
What was studies? What a little golden nugget that was. What can you tell us about that?
I can't. I'd love to, because it's not a thing yet. It's a potentiality.
Do you get spare time, sort of in the school holidays, or do you get time to travel and sort of grow up as well as
Travel is huge. Everyone that I know travels during leave. The only thing is that sometimes you'll have periods of training. So Army have a lot of training to do in their leave periods.
Navy, not so much.
Yeah, RAF also not so much. The services have sort of looked into ADFA and said that they want more training done in those leave periods, but you have time to rest, recover, replenish, and plenty of time to mature. Yeah, people go, our officer in command of our squadron recently showed us all the different places people went over leave, every continent, 33 different countries. So yeah, you can see the world.
And that military training doesn't take up the whole leave period, so you will still have a good chunk, usually about half of that of your leave period to you. Thanks.
They're large leave breaks, and like travel within ADFA is like, it should be one of our values. It's what everyone does. We get paid enough to just go and travel and see the world and everything. So when we're not doing additional training to learn what our service and what our job is like, people are overseas and they're seeing the world and growing up, and
a couple of free trips home a year as well.
Yeah, we get 3 government-funded travel visits home as well per year. So
up the back, yep.
Okay, I know the process for army is a little bit different, so you don't get to decide until you like the country. But you guys, so Navy and Air Force, how are you hoping to use your degrees after ADFA?
I'm going into intelligence when I finish my degree. So a lot of those, humanities skills, reading, research, like synthesis, analysis, all of that is what intelligence is all about: collating reports, giving briefs to like higher ups. So yeah, all those humanities language skills being used there.
So you're second year?
Yes.
Yeah, so what are you majoring in?
I'm majoring in history and English, which is no longer available as a major. But but that being said, it wouldn't matter if I was going to be like pilot. I wouldn't need to be studying anything specific, like Craig said. So yeah, you can use this anywhere. Like,
do what makes you happy. Don't worry about the job.
Yeah, and I'll copy his answer. I'm an intelligence officer as well. So yeah, the biggest one for me would be Indo-Pac, because that really is that is the battlefield. That is where you work. That is your bread and butter. And doing this degree, I know that's going to make me way more confident in that area. So I'll be able to brief to my sailors, and I'll actually know what I'm talking about when I'm giving specific, lessons on the area itself. So I think that's very valuable to the job.
I've joined as a surface warfare officer. Doing an arts degree for me has taken more of a in the future sort of note. It doesn't really, like Sir said earlier, I could have joined the ADF and gone direct entry. I don't need a degree for my job at all. What the purpose of this degree for me is to set me up for future promotions into command roles where I need to have good political knowledge, have good knowledge of the area around me, the spaces that we operate in. It's a foundation for future degrees. The ADF is really big on making sure their people are well educated. So, this sets me up to continue on to get a master's down the line sort of thing. So yeah, it's more for me in the future, making sure that I'm set up well for more command type positions.
And jumping off that slightly, at the risk of drawing this out a bit too much, this degree has so much meaning and relevance for things completely beyond defence. It's fun and rewarding and development right now. And I have interest in being a professor in the field of English later in my life. So this is a degree for living as well. Yeah.
Sorry for another question. So I've noticed that this degree is 2 semesters, whereas others are trimesters. Is that right?
No. Mostly the BA is delivered over the typical 2 semesters of the year. There is a summer semester here too. There are offerings that you can take over summer, particularly some of those prescribed electives. You can often do one of those over summer. And some of the other degrees that are a little more crowded in face-to-face time will make use of summer. Right. But predominantly we deliver in the 2 normal academic blocks of 2 by 13 weeks.
Yeah. And if you don't do a summer subject, are you free then to go and travel and do stuff?
Yep.
Right.
So don't fail one, so you have to do it in summer, right?
Yeah.
I've got 2 questions. My first one is, why did you pick your service? And the second one is, if I want to do personnel management, would it be a good idea to do a Bachelor of Arts so that I can do a minor in business because I don't like finance?
Don't tie your degree to your job. Do what you want to do, is my advice to you.
That's probably the best thing.
Yeah.
And
I'll go first. So, I chose to go to the army. Both of my parents are in the army, So I've already had that sort of background into what it's like, what it'll be like in the future. So obviously my parents have both been away on postings and things like that throughout their lives, and you know, I've been influenced by that in a way. And so I've also always been a very outdoorsy person, so I like getting outdoors, and obviously the army is, you know, the service if you want to go outdoors into the bush and stuff like that. So that would be the reason why I would join. I did join. Yeah.
I'd say whichever service you choose is like it's a personal thing, and it will vary person to person. So there's no like one right service. It's really just whatever your interests are. So if you're that outdoorsy person, army. I'm not that outdoorsy person. I didn't want to spend of time at sea. Just wasn't really my interest. So that's why I chose RAF. But yeah, and always just tied to your interests.
Yeah, so I chose Navy basically because I love the sea. I spent my entire life on the coast, so I was like, yeah, this is a good job. I get to spend time on boats. I will be honest, I'm actually transferring services, so I'm transferring to the Army because I want to get a bit more hands-on and, yeah, go out in the bush more. Yeah.
I joined the Army. Oh my God, you guys.
You should.
No, not at all. I think the Navy is the superior service. Genuinely. I joined because I wanted to be in a warfighting role, to be honest. I wanted to be in a role where I can work with a group of people in a really professional team, and just, yeah, fight a ship, you know? I don't know, I think it's just, yeah, a great service. You get to travel around the world. You have the best postings out of all three services because they're always on the water. And you basically get paid to go on free cruises with all of your buddies. And I have to say, don't let being seasick get in the way of getting in the Navy, because I get violently seasick at sea, and so does everyone else who works on a ship, and that is so okay.
Paid infomercial.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep. Yes, you can, with caveats. All right, you still want to graduate within 3 years, so it is very difficult to change the degree after first year. Yes, it's possible, but that's a university administrative credit point count. Can we make it work type thing, and it's a defence decision as well.
Did all of you come straight out of school into ADFA, or if you did take a gap year, was it a defence gap year or was it outside defence?
I went straight in here from school, so I didn't take a gap year. If I look back on it, maybe taking a gap year would have been a good option. I've got friends who have taken the ADF gap year option, and I've heard that has been a really good option for them. So, but from my experience, I've gone straight from school.
I also went straight from school, but it varies hugely. So there'll be people who've done regular gap years, defence gap years. Some people have done a few years of civilian university and then come over. So whichever one is right for you.
Yeah, I did a bit of a gap year. So while I was living in Europe and going through that process, I basically took like 6 months off school when I finished, and I just travelled Europe, and that gave me like a lot of knowledge and stuff that I can utilise at ADFA. So for me, I think that was a good option.
I joined 6 months out of school and I did a Navy gap year. I highly recommend it purely because it's 12 months, no more commitment. You're getting paid, and it's a really good way to kind of grow up a little bit before, even though ADFA's also for growing up, it's like you get to see the world a little bit and live independently. I got to go to sea 3 times during my gap year, and those sea opportunities are fantastic. I know people who were sent on like 6-month deployments during their gap year. I did a few sea rides. I got to meet so many people, and it kind of just set me up for my transition into ADFA in knowing what to expect, knowing how to conduct myself, and I know like I have something to look forward to now. I know what to expect when I leave here as well, which is like good motivation.
And just to add on to that, did you come in like a mid-year intake, or did you start at the beginning of the year?
So I started at the beginning of the year, but because of the kind of European school system, it ends in like June, so the 6 months, and then started Navy in January.
It's usually almost exclusively start at the beginning of the year here.
I started in July of 2023, and I saw like there's very little difference between whether you start at the start or the middle of the year. The only change it made for me was I started in the middle of the year, did NEOC, did my gap year, and then started doing my initial employment training before coming to ADFA in the spare 6 months that I had.
So the academics usually start there.
Yeah, because ADFA starts in January.
How did you feel about the years of commitment you have to make?
It's pretty scary, yeah, so it is scary, but you've also got to think it's that level of job security. Like, there's not many other jobs in the country that can offer you, yeah, you've got a 9-year contract where you're going to get paid X amount, you're probably going to be posted here, here, and here. So I think it's a pretty good option, and you just got to kind of see it as that. I would also recommend doing the gap year first before anything to make sure you actually do like it, and then it's easier to leave if you get a little bit too scared of that commitment.
No hex either.
That's no hex, yeah.
Time flies when you're having fun, is what I say. I have an 8-year contract. 3 of those years is here. Then the next 2 years is in more training. And then I have 3 or so years actually out driving the boats, doing my job. So when you think of it that way, I see it as a short amount of time in the grand scheme of things. But like, yeah, I've already been in for 2 years and it feels like I joined just yesterday. So.
Get down the front.
To those of you joining the army or choosing to move to the army, what roles did you consider before deciding on one?
Yeah, so I considered pretty much all of them. They're all really interesting. Every single corps has its own sort of advantages. I was kind of always gunning for intelligence, and I'm also a bit colourblind, so it kind of stopped me from going aviation, so I couldn't consider that. So I was like, yeah, intelligence, and then any of the combat corps to me, they all seem cool, and I'd be happy with any of them.
And for me, from when I went in, I envisioned going into infantry, and that's still not off the cards at the moment, but I've been looking into transport as well, because I love the idea of driving cool things. Yeah.
Any more questions? Yeah.
Did any of you guys have to move interstate? And I understand you said Wales is technically interstate, but did anyone have to move further from?
When I joined, I moved from the Northern Territory to Sydney, and it was my first ever time leaving home. So it was a big move for me. But I think once you get over the homesickness and you make so many friends, even if it's just by forced proximity, you make so many close friends. Everyone gets around you. Loads of people like it. Some of my closest mates are from Western Australia. And again, their first time leaving home was to join the Navy in Sydney, sort of thing. So
I moved from Ireland, yeah, so I left my entire family, moved countries, had no mates here, and for 2 years I've been in defence, I've made the best mates I've made in my entire life, so best decision ever.
Okay, I'm like the polar opposite. I grew up my entire life 20 minutes down the road, so I can't really speak to that, unfortunately.
Same for me. I'm also about 15 minutes down the road, so it's been pretty crazy for me too.
It's safe to say most TOs come from interstate.
Yeah.
Lots of Tasmanians too, for some reason.
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, I'm just wondering about the honours year. What are the benefits of an honours year, and what specifically in terms of the research, like what kind of research can you do for an honours year?
Yeah, okay. So honours is an option in the BA, as is for the other degrees as well. You need to have scored, have a WAM that supports your entry into honours, but then it's a defence question too. So whilst we will qualify you for an honours year, people do come back and do honours, undergrads, but it's dependent upon service needs and available spots. Sometimes we might get half a dozen honours students back in my school, we might have 12, we might have 2. It's a negotiation between the career managers and yourself post-Untroon or post-ADFA if you're the other services. So we definitely qualify you for it if you do well enough. Your ability to come back is shaped by defence. What does it set you up to do? Honours degree, depending on the class of honours, sets you up to do a PhD or whatever type of study after that.
Are there opportunities for mature age students?
Yeah, there are. They exist at the moment. They always have. That's just there's no. I don't think there is an age requirement, I think, but it's quite old. It's a defence recruiting question.
Yeah.
We do have a separate squadron here as well, called Omega, and that's basically for like mature age students, but also people who are going from enlisted ranks to officer ranks that already have that life experience but are looking to get a degree sort of thing. So it's generally a conversation between DFR, the university, to see if you qualify for that as well. So it's a couple extra steps.
Well, from my point of view, from the university point of view, there's no age requirements. Yeah. Just a recruiting thing.
One more question, sorry. Josh from Ireland.
Island Josh.
Yeah,
Island Josh.
that's right.
So I'm hearing a lot of positives about it. It's like it's amazing.
Yeah.
But surely there are some things areas of improvement here. Yes.
Yeah.
So what do you think? You're laughing.
Oh, I've got a couple. Yeah. No.
Just two main things that you think we could improve, ADFA needs to improve on.
Okay, so my biggest issue is that in first year you are basically forced to pay for the mess. So you're forced to eat at the mess, therefore.
It sounds like a first world problem
Oh,
to me, Josh. Well, given you get a salary, but yeah.
Yeah, so sometimes the food is pretty good, but sometimes it's really not. And you kind of want to, sometimes I want to meal prep, or some people have high protein needs because they're on some sort of a selection course for something they want to get, and they don't get that from the mess, so they have to spend additional money trying to source a different diet. And that is a little bit of an issue, but once you get into second and third year, that is totally cut away. And obviously, it's a minor issue. Generally, it's all right. So that would be probably my biggest issue. Does anyone else have another one? Or
no, I'd just say that's where the Uber Eats comes in.
Yeah. Exactly.
I think most of our biggest issues in the grand scheme of things are quite minor issues.
Yeah.
Like Josh said, while the food at the mess sometimes is a bit dodgy, or you're not meeting those heavy protein requirements or whatever, there's other ways around it. You're not forced to, pay for these meals for your full 3 years or anything like that. All in all, the university and studying here and living here is fine. Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry.
This might be our last one, but I'll stay around after, and so will my colleagues if anyone wants to come down.
All right, so initially you said the first question on is what do you get paid? It's what do you get paid? And what are you paying for on top of that? You're paying for the mess, and then do you pay your accommodation as well? Is that how it works?
Yeah. So it's broken down and generally varies depending on your posting location and their requirements. So here we pay living in meals, living in accommodation, and living in utilities. We pay about $95 a fortnight for living in utilities. Living in accommodation, I think, is maybe $100 or so a fortnight, and then living in meals is $200 odd a fortnight. And then everyone's pay salaries vary depending on them and their roles.
Yeah.
The question is it plenty of spending money? The answer is yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Does that answer your question? Yeah.
Awesome.
All right, thanks so much, guys. Been a pleasure. Sorry, one left.
The question to you guys who actually from Canberra. Do you need to live on just in accommodation here, or you can stay home?
Got to live on base.
Yeah.
Got to come here.
Until your second year, you don't have the option to live off base. You have the time in the afternoons until you have to be back, which is midnight for us. So you have that time where you can go off, go back home, catch up with family, whatever. But until your second year, you're required to stay on base until that 12 a.m. Curfew.
I see my family all the time. I go back every weekend. Yeah.
Thanks, everybody. We're still down the front if you need us. Nice to see you all.
Saturday nights, so they're probably thinking about all week.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
So I was like, yeah.
Great job. Thanks for your help, guys.
Very much.
How do I turn this off now?
here, ready for a tour of ADFA?
Hi, my name is Lily Jo Seeker. I'm a midshipman in the Royal Australian Navy and I'm currently studying a Bachelor of Business at ADFA. I chose to study at ADFA for the broad opportunities it gives me. It gives me the opportunity to study whilst also being able to personally develop myself and build lifelong connections and networks with the peers around me. I decided to join the Navy as I thought that was the one that was best suited to me and my abilities. I found that the Navy aligned very well to my values, and I found that Army and Air Force weren't exactly what I wanted to do. I found that I was best suited for the Navy. I've experienced life at both civilian university and ADFA. Before I joined ADFA, I did a year at civilian uni, and I found it to be quite a differing approach to uni and learning. I found that ADFA is much more best suited to me because I feel like ADFA is more focused on the collective learning and being able to experience while also being able to get those hands-on experiences with professional development, whereas at civilian uni, it's more focused on yourself. Another big point is the teacher to student ratio. I found at ADFA, your lecturers know you by name, and it's much more of that relationship that you build and trust you build with your lecturers. Whereas in Civi Uni, there's quite a lot of people and you don't get that same connection and face-to-face value. I think that ADFA provides something for absolutely everyone, whether you're more sport inclined or whether you're more artistic. There's absolutely like a club or rec for you. I personally am in a soccer club, the Vikings Football Club at ADFA, and I also partake in the dance troupe that's part of the Performing Arts Company at ADFA. So like I said, whether you're interested in sports or whether you're interested in arts, there's definitely something for everyone. We do a leadership challenge as part of ADFA every single year. So you do one in first year, one in second year, and one in third year. And I find that a lot of people might be scared possibly coming into ADFA and thinking that they've got to do these military challenges and military training that's involved in university, but it's absolutely nothing to be scared about. It's something that you definitely get prepared for. You're not walking into it blind, and you and all your friends do it as well. The classes at ADFA are very collaborative. It's a way for you to gain experience while practical leadership opportunities and practical learning outcomes are given to us, and it's a great experience. At first, I was a bit taunted by the idea of having to juggle military studies as well as academic studies, but I found it to be a really good balance. You kind of go step by step and you go through the process, and there's absolutely time to balance both. An average day for me at ADFA looks like waking up. We've got joint military education training that we do each morning of every day. After we conclude our joint military training, we then go into our classes, whether you're a Bachelor of Business like me or an engineering student, have quite different timetables, but we go into our respective classes, and then if you've got free time, you can go to the gym and do things like that as well. To live on campus, I have found to be a very rewarding experience as part of ADFA, because a lot of trainee officers graduate high school, they come straight to ADFA, and they've moved out of home for the first times in their lives. I feel like it's a great way to start living independently because you've still got your peers to lean on beside you and you're not alone, but you've also got that independence from moving out of your home. There's amazing state-of-the-art facilities available on campus at ADFA. We've got the Adams Auditorium that hosts the musical every year. We've got the swimming pool. We've got a lot of sports equipment and sports facilities such as the gym and the climbing wall, as well as Pilates rooms and things like that as well. To someone joining ADFA, I would say absolutely just jump into the deep end. It might be scary at first, but it's a great opportunity. There are so many opportunities at ADFA. There's so many friends you can meet. I've met lifelong friends here. It's a great opportunity, a way to develop yourself, both personally and professionally.
Here, ready for a tour of ADFA?
Curly questions to yourself.
The curlier the better. Okay. Okay, so may as well make a start. Mads, are we okay to start? So I've got the thumbs up. So hello everybody, and welcome to the Australian Defence Force Academy. My name is Associate Professor Daniel Cryer. I work in the School of Business. What I do there, I run a supply chain research group. So one of the key areas of defence that they're interested in is supply chain and logistics, and so that's part of my domain area. I'm also a former Deputy Head of School Education. So that's a little bit about me, because this session is all about me. It's nothing about, no, just kidding. Come on, jokes. Okay, so we're going to talk a bit about the Bachelor of Business today. Now, before we get underway, I just want to do a bit of an acknowledgement to country. And so I'd like to acknowledge the Ngunnawal people, who are the traditional custodians of this land, and would like to honour their elders, past, present and emerging. Okay, so this is a bit of a structure as to what we're going to talk about. I'll talk a bit about the School of Business and how we've been set up and what that sort of has involved. We'll talk a little bit about why studying business is a great idea. Now, you notice that the word's a bit different there. Why studying business is a great idea. That's what we're here to talk about today. Then we're going to talk about some of our programs, so the Bachelor of Business being the key one there. We'll talk a bit about your time at UNSW Canberra and what you can expect. Also then some of the nuts and bolts, so entry requirements, how to apply, and then we'll have a Q&A with some of our TOs, and so we've got a few of them with us here today. And so part of your thinking process needs to be, how do the two things sit together in terms of studies as well as your military commitments? Right, so who are we? So the School of Business here, if you haven't had a chance, we're just in building 27, that's where most of our staff are. So if you're walking out of this building and go down the hallway, a little bit further down, we're just off to the corner there. That's where we're located. We're a member of UNSW, which is a group of 8 university. We do fairly well in rankings. So most major ranking schemes, UNSW is in the top 100 or better, as in top 50 or whatnot. So we're quite a well-regarded business school. The School of Business here was set up in about the mid-80s or so, and even had predecessors before that. So we've been up and running for around 50 years or so. And because of who we are and what we do, we have really good student-to-teacher ratios. So for every training officer that takes a class with us, they might have another sort of 12 or 15 people in a tutorial group, and then we have a staff member to cater to that. Come and grab a seat, please. So what that means is that there's a lot of really hands-on and really sort of, let's say personal delivery, I would say, or even opportunities to build strong educational relationships between faculty and students as you progress through. We also really are an exemplar of equity, diversity and inclusion, and so everybody is welcome with us in the school, whether you be a student or whether you be a teacher. And you'll see that reflected particularly in the faculty profile. So we've got people from all around the world joining us as faculty members. So what makes us unique? So the fact that we've been set up primarily to teach into defence is quite a unique feature that we have. And so we've developed a lot of expertise and understanding in terms of how to deliver education into a defence environment and working with defence people. Please feel free to come and sit down if you're... Yep, okay. So we've got that defence experience that we've had for quite some time. But we also cater to the public sector. We also have research and education that you can do, which is of value to business, as well as the not-for-profit sector. So if you come and do a business degree with us, there's no limit to where you can actually apply it as you finish your studies. Now, what we're all about doing is trying to cater to that specific environment. So we're trying to equip people for leadership roles in the future. And someone asked me this morning, and this is something that will come up, they said, what can I think about if I go through and do a business degree, particularly as I move through my career? And what we'll talk about in a moment is the idea that we'll be cutting across multiple areas within the business space through your studies, which then are useful throughout your entire career, particularly as you start taking on managerial roles and as you progress through. The other thing to mention is that we have accreditation from AACSB, so that's the Association of Advanced Collegiate Schools of Business. So that's a US body. They're set up to give accreditations to business schools around the world based on their educational offering and how well they deliver education, as well as their research capability. So we both bring both research and education into what we do and what we offer. Only about 2 or 3% of business schools around the world have that accreditation. So it's quite a prestigious thing to have. This gives you a bit of a profile of who we are. Some of the things that might strike you about this is that we have 225 undergraduate students. If you were to go into Sydney to the UNSW Business School, the number of students there are many more, right? So a lecture theatre like this would be full of students in every class, pretty much, that you would be taking there. And so that reflects our student profile, who are the training officers and midshipmen undertaking our programs. So each year level, you might have between, say, 70 and 100 colleagues going through that particular year level as they progress through in the undergraduate program. We also have a suite of postgraduate programs. So this is one for, if you're not thinking about the undergrad side of things, particularly maybe parents or friends, other people that might be here. It's not just about the undergrads, so we've got a number of postgraduate programs as well. As I mentioned, we have around 37 academic staff from every part of the world, a number of professional staff, including Tess and Shari here, and then 26 HDR candidates. So that means our PhD students, we also have masters by research programs and Master of Philosophy program. Why study business? Let me ask you, why would you study business? Anybody have any ideas? Or you want me to just keep talking? I'm happy to do that, by the way. I'm happy. All right. Everybody's probably still deaf from the F-35 that came over earlier. I think I probably am. All right, why would you do it? So here are some stats. Here are some things to consider. So defence is a large sector in Australia in relative terms, and it's also expanding quite a bit. You may have heard of things like AUKUS submarines. You may have heard about, it was last week, there was an announcement of the new, I think it was the frigates, wasn't it? The Japanese-made frigates. I forgot what the name of it is. And you've seen some of that today. You've seen some of the military hardware on display, but also there's a whole range of industry that supports defence. And so there's quite significant amounts from the federal budget, the Commonwealth budget, allocated towards defence. So what it means is there's a high amount of demand. You also see about, oh, can we get the lights please, somebody? Maybe it's me. No, it's not me. Okay. Is it me? There we go, thank you. So, ready, Mr. Music? Okay. So you'll see that the ADF has had some, well, it's targeting having a total workforce of around 69,000 within a few years. At present, there's around 62,000 people, and so recruitment numbers are going up. Quite a few people are applying at the moment as well, and so it is a competitive process to get in, but what it is to say is that there's still quite a large demand for people in the defence world. So there will be options and opportunities for you. So our Bachelor of Business program can help prepare you for a career in defence. And there's several different areas that we talk about in our program which are particularly attuned to that. So areas like strategy and leadership and managerial concepts. We also have accounting and finance. We also have economics. We also have HR, so human resources, leadership, as I've said a moment ago. So there's a range of different topic areas that might be of relevance and hopefully of interest to you. So oftentimes we're asked, well, what career path can I expect? And so the common ones are logistics, finance officers, working as a project manager, working in areas of personnel and HR. We even have people that go into the intelligence roles in the various services. Of course, HR, training, development, all of those sorts of things. So there's a few options there. Now, this is not to say that these are the only options. So if you were to combine your experience and what you learn through your defence career with what you get from a Bachelor of Business, that becomes a very potent mix when you're going into progressing your career further and potentially even beyond the defence environment. What about life beyond? So, as I keep saying, the Bachelor of Business will set you up for life. That's what we're trying to do. By covering off on each of those topic areas, these are of use to pretty much any organisation, regardless of industry, regardless of size, regardless of location. Right? So there's also quite a few of our graduates that go on to have quite influential roles, either as senior ADF members or in industry. Some really good examples that come to mind, so that run quite well-known organisations. And one of the things that really occurs to me, so when I see people some years down the track after they've finished their studies here, is there's a mindset, a defence mindset, which is quite special when it comes to doing business and working in the business world. Defence personnel, so people that go through defence training, often come through with quite a lateral and very focused way of working in the civilian world. And that tends to cut them apart from others who might not have the same sort of way of looking at the world. So there is quite an advantage in going through this sort of pathway when you're thinking long term. The other thing I should mention, so you'll build lifelong connections. So if you think about a lot of the senior people that go out into industry or go into more senior ADF roles as they progress, they maintain contacts. So these guys here, you're going to know people in 20 years' time that you went through this place with, right? And oftentimes it's great for professional networks. So as you progress through your career, you've heard the saying, it's not what you know, it's who you know. To some extent, that applies for a defence career because of those strong relationships that you build going through this place. And the Bachelor of Business is an enabler of that. So our programs. So our key aims for the programs that we offer, firstly, are about business acumen. So trying to help you develop an understanding about business and how to work with managers in defence. That's primarily our focus. It's all about laying those foundations, as I said, so things like communication, numeracy, general problem solving, those sorts of things as well. Some people ask me, do I need to understand business studies or economics before I enter the program? And please, come and sit down. And I say no, because those first year courses in particular are calibrated as introductory courses. So there's no assumed prior knowledge there, the exception being maths and English. So if you're coming into the business program, you're going to be able to understand those concepts right from the very beginning, right from a foundational level, and then we build on it as you go through. We're also focusing on the idea of business capabilities. So that's why we look at a range of different types of knowledge and a range of different types of topics, because that then helps round out your thinking process and how you look at the world and how you see business. And that then helps you think outside the box. Our key undergraduate offerings are the Bachelor of Business, the Bachelor of Business CDF program, so Chief of Defence Forces is what that stands for. Then we have the Bachelor of Business Honours program, which is an additional 12 months after the Bachelor of Business. We also have a Bachelor of Arts with business as a minor or a major. So you do the Bachelor of Arts, but then enrol in business courses as you progress through. And then also in any other degree that you do here, if you have free electives available, you can choose business-related electives. Ooh. Okay, so there's a little bit more information about the CDF program here. So CDF is really designed for those people who want to push themselves and want to go that extra mile. So generally for higher performing students, the idea is to have a quite well-developed research agenda integrated into the study program that they'll undertake. And I'll talk a little bit more about structure shortly, I think. I probably will. But basically the idea is to try and encourage those focused research projects so that you can solve or address or look at problems facing defence and problems that might surface in your career as you progress through. You'll also get that unique imprimatur of the CDF label as you've finished your program. So that's something that's quite well regarded throughout defence. All right, so down to the structure. Now we do have brochures, don't we? Brochures kicking around somewhere. So we have brochures at our stand over at Adams Hall as well, which will reproduce this information. If you can, might be worth taking a photo of this if you're not going to be able to get down there. This is also online. So if you look at our website, you can access the information about these programs that I'm talking about as well. So as I've said, you'll cover off on a range of different topics as you progress through. Year one is all about that introductory, that foundational learning. Progressing to year two, you start to get more in-depth courses, and you'll see that then you start to be able to select from a wider pool of business-focused electives. Year three, again, it's fairly similar to year two in terms of its structure, and it's more focused as well. And you'll see that there's just slight variances in terms of the number of electives, free versus general, business-related, as opposed to free electives as you go through. Yes, it is a 3-year, but 2 semesters per year structure as well. And it's structured to be able to fit around your military commitments. So remember the CDF program that I mentioned? So you see this is slightly different in the sense that basically you've got the research components integrated here, but then you also have still a number of electives to choose from as well as prescribed courses. So if you're interested in that program, good idea to take a photo or look it up online as well. And we do have brochures down at Adams Hall. Honours. So if you go through and do well in your undergraduate degree, so let's say you've completed your Bachelor of Business program, and you think, I want to go a bit further, so with Defence's approval, you can then do an additional year, which then focuses on doing a research project. Now, the research project is all about identifying a problem, normally that Defence is experiencing or something that's relevant to Defence, and then developing a research project in response to that particular problem or issue. So you do start off with a literature review and research methods in the first semester, and then the second semester you would end up going and conducting your field work and writing up your thesis. We have about 6 students doing that at the moment, the honours program. Now, this is the Bachelor of Arts with the major and minor in business. And as you can see, there's quite a few similarities in terms of the topic areas that you can pick up from on that particular program. What this program does allow you to do is it just gives you that little bit of extra freedom. You can pick up other series of courses as you go through, which perhaps have a bit more of an arts flavour to them. This is if you were to do it as a minor, so you can see there's only a couple of differences in terms of the structure. Okay, so some key information. As I've said, it's a 3-year program. 144 units of credit and 48 credits of those per year. So that means for each of the so you do 8 courses per year, so each of them is worth 6 credit points per course. First year, you've got the 6 core courses plus 2 free electives. The second year, you're moving to 4 core courses. Then you have 2 business-focused electives and then 2 general electives. And then the third year, you've got 4 core courses plus 2 business electives, 1 free elective, and then also this is fairly recent, we've introduced the idea of having a course in Introduction to Cybersecurity. As you can imagine, that's becoming really, really important these days in modern business. So, here's a little bit more about your time at UNSW Canberra, what it might look like. So you've had a chance to have a look at the campus and get a little bit familiar with it today. The idea is that we've tried to build quite a vibrant community here. So this is, Defence does a lot of this. Defence champions a lot of these clubs and social activities and so forth, and the university then also can contribute to it in various ways as well. There's a diverse range to select from, and that depends on what you want to do. There's a whole range, and the TOs will know more about the various clubs and so forth that are available on campus. And the more you get involved, obviously, the more you're going to get. You're going to have to go up to the back there. So did you want to head it? Yeah, okay. Entry requirements and how to apply. All right, so what you have is a dual admission process. So whilst I'm speaking on behalf of the university, you'll also need to go through your ADF application process as well. Now, the key thing here is that it can take quite some time to go through the ADF process. So you're best off thinking about this probably around 12 months before start time and starting to submit your application and get your various bits and pieces sorted out. So with the ADF process, first thing is you submit your application. Then you progress through a opportunities assessment session, or opportunities unlimited session is what they've called here, the U session. So that's all about trying to figure out what career options are available for you and which ones you might be well suited to. Then you go through an offer selection process, and then after making it through this, you'll receive an offer from the ADF. So our applications open in early August, so around about now. Funny about that. Funny, why would we have a day like this now, one might ask. Yes. So the idea is do what you're doing right now. Explore the various degree options available to you and choose the one that you think is going to be best suited to you, given what you want to do with your career path. Apply via UAC, and then you'll receive an offer if you meet the entry requirements. So for our minimum requirements, is the ATAR, the key thing there is the ATAR of 80. If you want to go straight into the CDF program, you'll need 95. And that's as I was saying, it's sort of geared more towards those students who have done quite well. You'll also need to go through the ADF career recruiting process, as I mentioned a moment ago. To get in, so the honours program, by the way, basically what happens is that in your third year, you'll basically need to be maintaining at least the credit average, so around 65% as your basic sort of your average score through the third year. And then you need to find a supervisor for your project, and then ideally have conversations with them sort of in the year leading up to your honours year, probably starting at least at the beginning of second semester. That's what I've found personally works well, because if you're not having those conversations, by the time you turn up for your honours year, it can be quite challenging. So getting a head start and putting all the effort into it ahead of time will pay off. UNSW also offers a series of other bonus point schemes, and so those are there for you to have a think about if you're eligible for some of these. So something like the Elite Athlete Program. So if you've done very well in a sporting capacity, that can then be a basis for getting you some additional ATAR points if you need them. Credit transfers is another example where you're bringing over credit for courses that you've completed at other universities. There's a range of scholarships and so forth that UNSW also offers. Many of these aren't really all that applicable to coming into this environment because you'll be going through in a different way. Okay, cool. Here we go. Questions and answers. So do you guys want to come up to the front? So we've got a few minutes now, or as much time as you want to, basically for questions and answers. So who would like to start the bidding? Any questions? Questions?
I have more of a
Please.
general
Yes, please.
application question.
Yep.
If you get an offer, if you go through the application process and then get accepted, are you able to defer your place like you can with the civil university?
I believe not.
No, so the UNSW acceptance is really only dependent by ADF saying, yep, you're good. Okay. So to answer the question, can you defer a degree? Not really. Yes?
I was wondering, did you guys come straight in or did you do a gap year?
Yeah, I came straight out of Year 12 last year, so I'm first year business. Moving out of home's pretty hard, but everyone else has moved pretty much down here from another state, and there's a lot of people that are fresh out of high school as well. So if you're worried about that, it should be fine.
Yeah, same. I'm from Brisbane. Finished Year 12, end of last year. Moved down here. Really, there's lots of support networks that make the transition from interstate, if you're wondering, really easy. And yeah, it's just really great.
I also came straight out of Year 12, so sorry we don't have a variety, but I'm from Sydney, and something that should be noted, especially for all applicants, Defence provides 3 funded travels back to your next of kin location a year, so I get paid to go back to Sydney 3 times a financial year, which is pretty good.
Do you know anyone who did the Defence gap year thing in Cumin?
Yeah. The gap year is quite popular, and it's, by all accounts, a really good experience, especially if for maturing as well, because you do come straight into a communal living environment.
Yeah, if you're not 100% sure you want to come here or which service you want to choose, it's really beneficial for them. I know a lot of people that did the Navy one really enjoyed it, and they're also paid more, if that's something you're interested in.
Yeah, cool. Other questions? Ooh. That's an excellent question. What does a day of the life of a TO look like?
Yeah, so wake up about 6, 7 to 10 you got your joint military training, which is pretty much briefs about the current military environment and also learning about things for your specific service, that sort of thing. And then 10 to 6 is the uni day. And for us, low contact hours, 3 to 4 hours a day max, which is pretty good. And you can get in like the gym or anything you'd like to do, a bit of Mario Kart, that sort of thing. And then cut off away at 4 if you don't have class, latest 6.
Yeah, just extending it. So for each of our courses, most of them follow a pattern of having a 2-hour lecture and a 1-hour tutorial during the week. And so you normally do 4 of those. And so then they're arranged depending on timetable and availability. And so, yeah, as you're saying, there's sort of a chunk of your studies, which would be lectures, but then there's also other time which you would go back to the digs or whatever and actually do some studies and prepare assignments and so forth. I'm assuming that's what you do.
Yeah.
Question?
Two-part question. The first question is, how did you find the application process for ADFA, and in particular the OSB? Did you prepare for that? How prepared were you? Did you find that a lot of people went through with you, were successful? Were you in the minority? Were you in the majority? So that's the first question. And the second part is, why did you choose business?
So the question, just for everyone online, was how was the application process and how did we kind of fit into the general gist of what we know?
How did you find that process?
Yeah, how we found it, and also why we chose business. So you want to start?
Yeah, so there's a lot of people that find the application process quite long. Mine was pretty streamlined, took about 3 months, but there's some people that can take up to a year. So just, that's on the military side. So just, if you have a problem with it, keep pestering them and they'll get back to you. It just shows you want to be here. And why did I choose business? Because going into the Army, officer cadet role, it's more about managerial side of things, leadership, and you get a lot of that from a business degree. Because I want to go combat role, it doesn't really have to do with my specific job role, so the degree didn't matter. But you get a lot on the logistical side out of the business degree.
Yep, same reason. The managerial and organisational skills you get from the degree will really set you up to be an officer, managing a platoon. In my process, I applied early year 11. I kind of dragged it out a bit just so I wouldn't have the stress of interviews and whatnot. And I finished my OSB in late August and then got my acceptance officer offer 2 weeks later.
Yeah, so the ADF Careers is trying to streamline the process, obviously, with our recruitment issues. So yes, it can be complex, and it feels complex when you get told, all right, well done, you passed this stage. And you're like, yeah, oh wait, I still have way more to do. Likewise, especially if you're going to an aviation role, you have to do the extra steps that come with it. My advice would be started as early as possible. And it's not because it takes so long, it's because if they have something, or if one of your tests come back with more information needed, then you don't want to have to spend time worrying whether you're going to make the cutoff, if you're going to have to go, like, wait an extra year, that kind of thing. As for OSB was a really good experience. I quite enjoyed it. You get interviewed by a panel of 3 or 4 defence members. For study, if you're going through ADFA, there will be an ADFA officer who will ask you ADFA-specific questions. So I would do your best to, and you can do this through your careers coach, talk to someone at ADFA. They'll be happy to give you the phone number of someone, set up a meeting, and talk about what the divisions look like, what your food looks like, how a day of a life looks like. You're welcome, tick that box. And as for why business, as an officer, you don't do your job forever. That's the same in the Army, definitely in the Air Force. I'm a mission aircrew candidate. If I get what I want, I'll be flying, but I won't be flying as a wing commander. So eventually, the longer you stay in, the more chance you have to come back to Canberra and do management, governance, small team leading and policy, that kind of thing. Does that answer your question? Just in terms of the competitive nature of it. So every year, yes, it is a competitive process, but we're undersubscribed. So in other words, there's spaces on the business program. So there's sort of a gelling up of that. sort of thing, but there is spaces for people that meet the requirements.
That's the same with the defence side as well.
It was around 75. Yeah, around 75. So our first year cohort, so you guys are part of 75 or so people that have made it through. I think the young lady here had a question.
In business, they say that networking is more important than the actual degree. What practical applications will you draw from business that you look forward to embodying throughout your service?
So the question was, how can we use the business degree in service? I have a great example of this, and I was annoyed because I didn't get to use it in the last Q&A session. So thank you for asking that.
You haven't put it there by any chance?
Definitely. So just outside this room, you would have seen on the way in the racing car. The academy has a race car team. I had never been into the labs as a business student. I walked in one day, and my friend who's pseudo in charge of it said, "Oh, you do business, right?" I'm like, "Yeah." She goes, "Can you be our treasurer?" I did say no, but when I went back and I thought about it, and it was like, I actually know how to do it. Like, I can write cash flow statements, I can do the management side, and if you think about the racing, all of their money comes through external stakeholders and grants and that kind of thing. If you think about it from a business perspective, it's awesome. It's exactly what we learn in the undergraduate course.
Yeah, and just in terms of like being an officer after ADFA, there's so much, you end up doing so much admin for all your troops that it's so important to be able to streamline that process, sort of thing.
Yeah, nothing to add. Said very well.
Yeah, and sort of managing your troop.
Answer your question?
So, I mean, if you've got an understanding of HR, I mean, that's going to be really helpful in that sort of, use. Okay, who's next? There's someone up here. Yep.
Just you mentioned that you're go for missionary group, but you're doing business as opposed to doing the science degree. Talking with a few different people today, there's a bit of a personal view on whether or not you should be doing a degree that's more attuned to the job role or not. What are your thoughts on, obviously you're not doing that, you're doing business as opposed to science. What's the student view of that in the community? Is it preferable to do that or to not do that? Is there any preference either way?
So whether it's preferable to do a degree that's a bit more relevant to your job role? Yeah.
Given specifically things like missionary crew, pilot, etc.,
yep,
seem to generate more interest in that science degree as opposed to business. Is there any disadvantage or advantage either way?
I can't speak to the disadvantage because I've not actually gone through my next level of training. I've been told that there's not too much of a disadvantage. Obviously, science is good because you have specific aviation courses and physics courses. I wouldn't say there's a general dislike towards it. I reckon it's quite even between business students doing aviation, and I do know a lot of students that do it. So there's also a lot of students that do arts, and there's a few that do arts CDF as well, and they do that even though they're going to a pilot role or a mission aircrew role. So, and also defence doesn't have a requirement. It's just as long as you're not doing an engineer degree as a pilot or officer aviation candidate.
Other questions? Did you have another one? No. Just yeah. Sorry. Yep. Yep. Sure. Yes. Yes. Yeah, so it depends on the topic area. So if you've got, say, economics, accounting, finance, oftentimes they're quite, there'll be sort of things like quizzes, for example, multiple choice quizzes throughout the semester, then you might have an exam at the end of the semester. And as you can imagine, they're about understanding, as was mentioned, financial statements and profit and loss, cash flows, all those sorts of things if you're doing a finance course. The sorts of questions, as you can imagine, are somewhat mathematical. Some of them are. If you're doing something like HR, you might be writing more, say, an essay or a plan. You might be doing a group exercise to sort of reflect on particular scenarios and then writing a report on the basis of doing that. There's also some other courses. So we have a course called Emotions at Work, And what my good colleague James Connor does is he runs it as a workshop where students would sit around, and then there would be a challenging emotional scenario in terms of how you manage yourself in the work environment posed to the students in the class. Then the idea is that they work through that particular scenario, and then that contributes to an overall body of assessment.
But at the end of each module,
Yep.
you get an assessment.
Yeah, so a standard sort of pattern would be that you'd have about 3 assessments in total. Some of them might be broken down into smaller parts. So, for example, we might say quizzes, but there might be 4 or 5 quizzes. They might be 10 questions each. But then you might also have a 1,500-word essay. The group reports might require you to do a presentation and then deliver a, say, 2,000-word report. So that might be one course, but for, say, an accounting course or a finance course, you might have more emphasis on quizzes. You might have a mid-session exam and then a final session exam. We do have a bit of a mix, though, depending on what the topic area is. Not every course has a final exam, so that's worth knowing. And because we now have things like a learning management system, a lot of those exams can be facilitated in online environments as well. Yeah. Yeah.
What about if students are failing, or if they fail? How does that work, sort of tied in with ADFA?
Yeah, so the question's about whether or not students are failing, so I'll get you guys in just a second to talk about your experiences.
I haven't failed.
You got that one?
I
you can do
haven't
it,
either, but I do know some people that have failed courses. There's a week towards the end of the year during grad week where they can do summer school, catch up. If you fall far behind, you just overload the year after. Try and get the units of credit where you can.
Yeah, and so you just, sorry, did you have, no.
If you are struggling, there's also the all unit.
Yes, right,
Which
yep.
can help you with your assignments, go over, give you feedback. It's just a really useful tool to use if you are falling behind.
Yeah, so all unit is academic language and learning unit. So in addition, so what we do from the perspective of the administration of the program, we do have monitors that we can track people's progress through using the online tools. And so we get a weekly report that comes in and says this is, students that might be struggling a bit. So that then allows us to go and approach the student and say, hey, look, we can see that you mightn't have logged on for 6 weeks or something like that. What's going on? And so that starts that sort of conversation. The assessments that we have are not designed to fail people. They're designed to help people learn. And so, whilst you might get a not great mark for your first assignment, there's then often time and opportunity to make up the subsequent marks using like the academic language and learning unit. If it's, say, an essay or a report that you're trying to prepare for is certainly a good thing to do. The other thing in terms of summer school, so we run a couple of courses over the summer as well, and that's the case for other schools here as well. And so if you haven't succeeded in one course, there is that option to go back and do something over the summer. Yeah.
Is there any exposure to the commercial sector in terms of industry placements involved?
Yes, and so we've worked to develop that more. So there are questions about, and by the way, we're repeating questions because that picks it up on the recording, just so that you know. In terms of commercial placements, we do have a course that we've been working on over the last number of years called it's basically business strategy implementation. So it's a 3rd-year course. Now at the moment, there's about between 5 and 10 students that will then use that course as the basis of industry placements or industry projects. We're just about to expand that quite a bit. So there'll be more opportunities for people to go out and do placements with local companies or public service agencies around Canberra in the not too distant future. So that's something that we're working on. It's not embedded just yet though, but it is there.
What's the term of those placements?
Say again?
What's the term of those placements?
1 semester. Yeah, and so normally it would be an industry-focused project that a student would do in collaboration with an interested organisation. The other thing I should mention, so I was just talking to my great colleague Nelia. She runs a course called Entrepreneurship or Innovation and Entrepreneurship. And just last week, she took the students out to, so I don't know if you know much, are you from Canberra by any chance? No. Okay, no worries. So UNSW is setting up a new campus just in the middle of town, really. And there's a whole bunch of startup companies there, like spin-out companies from the university. And so Nelia took a bunch of students out to that to talk to those companies in terms of what they're doing and how they're doing things and all that, and that's part of that course. So there's that sort of interaction as well. We'll also have guest speakers from time to time from industry. So yeah, there is some engagement, yeah. Yes?
Compared to year 11 and 12, how do you guys find the workload?
My year 11 and 12 was pretty full on, but it's not that bad. Like, you still have time to go to the gym every day, hang out with mates socially and stuff. Business, if you want an easier workload, business and arts are probably the choice.
Yep. Going from 6 full-time 8-hour subjects to just 4 courses is a lot more easier to manage. And yeah, you have tons of time throughout the day when you're not in classes to work on your assignments, to study for exams, to go to the gym. Yeah, business is pretty good.
That said, the standard of work you're expected to produce is substantially higher. But in a lot of the first year courses, they'll take you to the library and have a meeting with academic writers and say, well, this is how you write an essay. This is how we want you to incorporate sources. This is how we want you to reference. So the first year course is designed to help people who've never had to do any kind of tertiary education before, which the 3 of us, but most of the cohort haven't done.
Is there the opportunity, if you start a Bachelor of Business and you go, actually this is not quite where I want to be, what's the opportunity to change to say a Bachelor of Science or another degree that's offered through the academy?
Yes, so it is possible to transfer degrees. And depending on what stage you make that decision, that will determine how easy that is or how straightforward that is. So let's say you've come in and you've done 6 months of the business degree and you say, no, I actually want to do science now or something like that. You can take those business courses that you've used and count for credit against electives that they might have in the science degree. But you also still have to do the science courses that you would have had to do otherwise. Some of those courses are longer in duration as well, so that then requires consultation with Defence in terms of whether or not it's actually possible to do that, given what they've committed to and all of that sort of stuff. But it is possible, is the bottom line from my perspective, but it does take some doing. Is that what you've...
Yeah, it's very dependent on whether Defence says yes or no. There's times where if you're not performing well and you want to go to a harder course, Defence just can't justify keeping you on for another year if there's no guarantee you'll actually finish your course.
And I would assume then that if you want to do an honours, that the same then would apply, depends upon the service that you're with as to whether they're happy for you to spend the extra year studying.
Yes, that's right. So you basically need Defence endorsement, and so part of that, that's one of the reasons why starting the conversation around about halfway through the year previous, so 3rd year in the case of the business program, is a really good idea, because then you can start those conversations with the military hierarchy. Part of that will be developing a topic that you want to focus on. And so that means working with the academic staff to identify that and come up with a way of doing it, so a plan. And so then interacting with the Defence approvals that are required, that then influences the person's posting cycle for the next year. Basically means that they are posted to ADFA for an extra year in order to complete their honours program. Other questions? Okay, so what we might do, we will hang around here for a bit longer. So if you do have any more questions, please come down and ask. But other than that, thanks very much for attending today, and wish you all the very best. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lily Jo Seeker. I'm a midshipman in the Royal Australian Navy and I'm currently studying a Bachelor of Business at ADFA.
I chose to study at ADFA for the broad opportunities it gives me. It gives me the opportunity to study whilst also being able to personally develop myself and build lifelong connections and networks with the peers around me. I decided to join the Navy as I thought that was the one that was best suited to me and my abilities. I found that the Navy aligned very well to my values, and I found that Army and Air Force weren't exactly what I wanted to do. I found that I was best suited for the Navy. I've experienced life at both civilian university and ADFA. Before I joined ADFA, I did a year at civilian uni, and I found it to be quite a differing approach to uni and learning. I found that ADFA is much more best suited to me because I feel like ADFA is more focused on the collective learning and being able to experience while also being able to get those hands-on experiences with professional development, whereas at civilian uni, it's more focused on yourself. Another big point is the teacher to student ratio. I found at ADFA, your lecturers know you by name, and it's much more of that relationship that you build and trust you build with your lecturers. Whereas in Civi Uni, there's quite a lot of people and you don't get that same connection and face-to-face value. I think that ADFA provides something for absolutely everyone, whether you're more sport inclined or whether you're more artistic. There's absolutely like a club or rec for you. I personally am in a soccer club, the Vikings Football Club at ADFA, and I also partake in the dance troupe that's part of the Performing Arts Company at ADFA. So like I said, whether you're interested in sport or whether you're interested in arts, there's definitely something for everyone. We do a leadership challenge as part of ADFA every single year. So you do one in first year, one in second year, and one in third year. And I find that a lot of people might be scared possibly coming into ADFA and thinking that they've got to do these military challenges and military training that's involved in university, but it's absolutely nothing to be scared about. It's something that you definitely get prepared for. You're not walking into it blind, and you and all your friends do it as well. The classes at ADFA are very collaborative. It's a way for you to gain experience while practical leadership opportunities and practical learning outcomes are given to us, and it's a great experience. At first, I was a bit taunted by the idea of having to juggle military studies as well as academic studies, but I found it to be a really good balance. You kind of go step by step and you go through the process, and there's absolutely time to balance both. An average day for me at ADFA looks like waking up. We've got joint military education training that we do each morning of every day. After we conclude our joint military training, we then go into our classes. Whether you're a Bachelor of Business like me or an engineering student, have quite different timetables, but we go into our respective classes, and then if you've got free time, you can go to the gym and do things like that as well. To live on campus, I have found to be a very rewarding experience as part of ADFA, because a lot of trainee officers graduate high school, they come straight to ADFA, and they've moved out of home for the first times in their lives. I feel like it's a great way to start living independently, because you've still got your peers to lean on beside you and you're not alone, but you've also got that independence from moving out of your home. There's amazing state-of-the-art facilities available on campus at ADFA. We've got the Adams Auditorium that hosts the musical every year. We've got the swimming pool. We've got a lot of sports equipment and sports facilities such as the gym and the climbing wall, as well as Pilates rooms and things like that as well. To someone joining ADFA, I would say absolutely just jump into the deep end. It might be scary at first, but it's a great opportunity. There are so many opportunities at ADFA. There's so many friends you can meet. I've met lifelong friends here. It's a great opportunity, a way to develop yourself, both personally and professionally.
Here, ready for a tour of ADFA?